while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt.
Hello everyone, welcome to Gdansk, Poland, the city of just around 500,000 on the north coast of Poland on the Baltic Sea. So beautiful. Mark Hanratty will be joining us from Nottingham at his home. And our first event on day one here will be the women's short program. Now, one of the favorites has to be Mao Shimada of Japan. She won week number one with a 204.86, but she will be challenged by Kaoruko Wada of Japan. She was the winner in Ostrava with a 194.14. It'll be ever so close. Also, Yujae Kim of Korea was third in Ostrava, and she also owns a triple axel. And also Nayeon Ko from Korea, third also in Riga. 36 entries from 30 nations, and the women's short program begins right now. Welcome everyone to Gdansk, Poland, day number one of week number 5 as we do a flyover of the Olivia Arena here. This was built in the early 1970s and it's quite an older, iconic building on the outside and cold a little bit on the inside, but it's a host of many Junior Grand Prix events as well as other ISU short track events as well. Mark, welcome to the broadcast. Did you have a couple good days off?
Yes, thank you, Ted. As you see the judging lineup there, it's really wonderful for me to be at home, but equally I feel a little bit when I see the vision of you in the arena. I feel like I know it well. Of all the Junior Grand Prix stops I've done with you over the last 3 seasons, that's the one that I've been at most, so I have a sense for the cold that you're enduring, but hopefully the good skating to come.
Well, of course, people were asking, where's Kilt Boy? Or Kilt Man, and as you donned the kilt last year at the Junior Grand Prix, that was of course a lot of fun and the day in the life of. They've really outfitted this rink beautifully. I was speaking to one of the organizers here, and you can see all the ISU logos and banners around this rink. They have a lot of short track events here, and of course the Junior Grand Prix as well. So it's beautifully laid out, nice clean images on TV. So that is awesome. It's actually, I make fun of the cold, it's actually not too bad. 2 years ago, remember, it was really cold, but now it's, in fact, I'm just taking my jacket off now. It's getting a little warmer. It's that heated vest that we have. Well, we've got the women's short program coming up in just a few moments, and we've had some really good performances from a variety of different countries over the past few weeks. Mark?
Yeah, and I think, as I mentioned at the tail end of the event in Ankara last week, in the women's discipline, 2 titles have gone to Japanese skaters, 1 to Korean and 1 to Chinese skater. But we've also seen medals be achieved by French skaters, Estonian skaters, and some different nations on the podium. And hopefully that trend continues as skating achieves success in different nations. And we don't have any personal preference for whoever takes the medals and the titles, but I think it's so exciting to see then if skaters from different nations do have success. We hope and assume that that will then have an impact upon a next generation in their respective nations, and the more the sport can grow.
Well, I've seen a few very interesting skaters we haven't seen this year yet in this event. Hopefully they can bring their best out in the short program. Also, I just wanted to mention they have launched now the basics of skating. We did some jump identification and how to recognize the takeoffs. We're going to do some of our replays. We'll slow that down a little bit to recognize the Salchow takeoff, the loop takeoff, the flip takeoff. As we review some of these skaters, we'll slow it down quite a bit so you're able to recognize that. For those fans that are kind of new to the sport and haven't seen it, there are many fans out there that automatically know it, no problem, so a little patience. But we thought we'd take this opportunity to highlight some of those takeoffs so they're a little bit easier recognizable. Certainly the flip and the Lutz are a little bit the same, and toe loop, so we'll go through that a little bit later.
And I think that's something that's hard for when I try to think about our sport and the description of our sport, or trying to give new viewers to the sport an understanding of the enormity of the challenges that the skaters face. One thing that is harder for me to comprehend is how would a novice differentiate the jump takeoffs, because for United it's just we don't even have to think about what is the flip, loop, Salchow. It's just so ingrained in our being. So even for us to describe it, it was challenging to think of something that we are so comfortable with the notion of describing.
You wanted to pick the words that a person could identify with. Oh yeah, I see that leg swing. Okay, that must be a Salchow. That one actually, might be a little easier to recognize. But we'll go through that a little bit as we progress through this day. We have 12 hours and 15 minutes to work on that. So it is.
So if you don't know the jump takeoffs by the end of today, then we've had long enough to describe it.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, you can send your questions in. Mark, why don't you pass that on to everyone? We've got a couple in already.
Yeah, really grateful to those that have sent in some questions to the International Skating Union on their social media, on Instagram. And so very grateful for Teresa manning the lines there and passing on some of the questions that have come in. And the first of which, there are a couple of really good questions already. The first of which was from @Sauli Teja. What determines the International Skating Union rules for the changes in figure skating?
Okay, read that again. I was looking at something else. Sorry, my attention span is a little loose right now. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're just pacing yourself for the 12 hours.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
What I think it might be who, or should it be who, determines the International Skating Union rules for changes in figure skating?
Oh, I see. So there is a technical committee for pair skating and for figure skating for the men's and women's in pairs. And then there's an ice dance technical committee, and there's a synchronized skating technical committee, and I'm sure there's probably short track and long track technical committees. So that group is elected at the Congress, and those people would bring new ideas, and they get input from coaches and skaters around the world as they sort of lead up to every year and any possible rule changes. And then they would debate, of course, discuss, and then implement and bring to the Congress for voting on in the Congress years. So there's a very experienced group of people that take a look at the sport currently where it's at. Like, for instance, when we started on the judging system, level 4 difficulty, those levels of difficulty have changed over the years because the athletes got, no, this is no problem, I can do level 4 easy, right? But then we had to make it more difficult. So there's a technical committee that sits and reviews all of that.
And my understanding as well, Ted, is that now the new president of the International Skating Union, Mr. Yujae Kim, he will sign off on everything, and there are many layers for which the changes have to go through, that being one of the last stops on the sort of delivery of the new changes that take place. So there are many eyes that get to pass any changes that are made. It's not a flippant thing by any stretch.
That's a good point. There's a number of filters in the process that people sort of evaluate. The technical committees comes up to what and why and how, and then it gets filtered through a number of other phases, if you will. Here we go. Start day 1 here in Gdansk, week number 5, the women's short program. And there are 36 entries. And this is number 1. Go ahead, Mark.
So opening the whole week of skating in Gdansk, Sophia Shifrin, representing Israel, a skater who in all of her previous Junior Grand Prix appearances has finished within the top 10 every time. She was 9th in Riga, and she will skate to music by Frédéric Chopin.
Well, Mark, what a beautiful way to start day one here in Gdansk. What a sensitive, beautiful program.
Just, and it's a beautiful, beautiful music by Chopin, but difficult insofar as it's such a big, big piece to start, and then to open the event is a little bit earlier in the day. There's not as much energy in the arena, and yet Sophia Shifrin has absolutely conducted herself brilliantly in opening the entire event, both from a technical element score perspective and program components, as we see the Lutz-Toe.
There's the triplets, nice and clean, low in the knee, pushes up as high as she can, and gets around that triple toe loop. It's all clean in the system. Nice spread eagle up into the double axel on a running edge, in and out of that. Lovely quality, plus GOEs on that. And then this is spin, watch this. She's rotating counterclockwise, quite the toe a little bit more, and then steps out, reverses the direction, which is not easy at all. And does the second side of the spin, change combination spin level 4 on the other foot. Finishes with a nice triple flip. And watch some of the moves here, Mark. Would you comment on that?
There's so much use of the entire body. Sophia's got a total command over her limbs and making beautiful shape with a delicacy that is befitting of the music there. The little hop, that one of the features that we'll see regularly and repeatedly this season, given the change of spin criteria for high level, and she should be incredibly proud.
Well, her personal best is 53.98. That's also her season's best, earning that a little earlier this year. And looking to beat that here. And she might just do that with a really wonderful performance. First skater out here in Gdansk. 25 more skaters yet to come.
Sophia Shifrin from Israel has earned in short program
56.73. That is a season's best, and the smile on Sophia Shifrin's face. Boy, mission accomplished. First skater out. We'll see how long that score stands up. There's some really good skaters throughout this whole event, but what a great start here on day one.
Next to skate, representing Iceland, Saedis, Heba, Gudmundsdottir.
Well, that's a skater who actually began skating at 3 years old in Saskatchewan in Canada, and now representing Iceland, Saedis, Heba, Gudmundsdottir. And she will skate to the popular piece of music Storm by Canadian former world pairs champion Eric Radford. Well, looks like all green lights for Saedis Heba Gudmundsdottir from Iceland, a skater who performed so much better here than in her first Junior Grand Prix in Riga. But when we talk about the events and the skaters, and we watch so many different skaters, obviously, I remember Saedis Heba's entry into her loops of all the skating that we've seen, because she had some really difficult transitional content within the jumping passes, and great to see her again and delivering it cleanly now.
Yeah, nice double axel, beautiful and clean, good running edge on the end of that. And solid technique in the double lutz, double loop. A little bit more speed would help with flow on the landing. It's pretty good on the flip. And just small little details. This is the stage of development this young woman is at, and it's quite good. Beautiful side position with this layback, lovely centering of that. And then the hair cutter. And the exit there, layback spin is in the level 3, so missing just one feature, and the change combination spin at the end is a level 4. And just 2 of the elements in the minus, just small minus GOEs, the rest are in positive, so that was a nice, tidy, clean skate.
And Saedis Heba has a sister who also skates, but the family affair continues. Her mum made both of her costumes, so shout out to mum for her costume making and also just for the support, as is the case for all skaters, the wonderful support that you've given your athletes and your children.
I remember when my mother made me a costume. It was not a pretty sight.
Oh, we need to see a picture of that, Ted. The world needs to see it.
No, I look like an asparagus. It happened to be green. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at the scores for Saedis and the short program. 15 years old, 37.46. It is a season's best, and it puts Saedis currently into second place. Second skater out in this event. Many more to come.
Currently in second place. Zawodniczka uzyskała w programie krótkim 37 punktów i 46 setnych. Jest to jej nowy rekord sezonu. Zajmuje aktualnie drugie miejsce. Please welcome our next competitor from Andorra.
And then to another skater who is competing in their second and final Junior Grand Prix event of this year, a 5-time Spanish champion, Andrea Pazos Guerra, and she will skate to music by Elton John.
You can never know what it's like. The blood like winter freezes just like ice. There's a cold, lonely light that shines from you. You wind up like the red you hide behind that mask you use. Don't you know I'm still standing there than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time. Got the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Once I never could hope to win. You started down the road, leaving me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down. If our love was just a circus, you'll be a clown by now. And don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Andrea Pazos Guerra representing Andorra, and my apologies to Andrea. I had written some notes about her coach, Ted, and so I gifted Andrea 5 Spanish titles, which is indeed the celebratory success of her coach, who's now supporting her. But so my apologies to Andrea, but this, I think, a better skate for Andrea than what she achieved at the Czech skate in Ostrava, as we look back at some highlights from the performance.
Yeah, not to worry, as we see the double axel there, that is a downgrade. You can see the blade land forward on that, and the double lutz gets all the way around, and that's good height on that one. It gets around the double toe as well, and this is the stage of jumping development that this young woman is at, and did a nice job. They lost balance there on the steps. The steps come in at just level 1, so missing 3 features within that step sequence, the double flip, and that was nicely executed as well. And then the laid back spin at the end, just a base level. So not getting any of the features, loss of balance, travel there, but not too bad. As you said, Mark, better than in Ostrava.
Yeah, and again, such learning opportunity. And sometimes for the skaters, we see big changes between event to event. But then sometimes when there's such a close proximity between the competitions, it's a little hard to assimilate all the information you've amassed. Perhaps after this, for Andrea and her coach, Daniel Panado, they can go back to the training rank and really make goals for the rest of the season with all of the visual imagery that she will have assumed from seeing the likes of Mao Shimada while she's been at events like this.
Mark, did you see a fall with them?
The double axel, the opening.
Oh, okay. So that was. Oh, she took. Okay, I was focused on the foot landing, so I didn't notice her go down because I see that in the judging system. So I thought, oh, I didn't see that fall. Okay, that's why I wouldn't. That's why I'm here, not judging. Okay, let's take a look at the short program score. It's a season's best for Andrea. It's 26.32. That'll put her currently into 3rd place. Okay, the coach sneaks back in. And then he leaves again.
That is job.
Next to skate, representing Latvia, Kira Baranovska.
And now to the Latvian skater, Kira Baranovska, a skater who, when she was in Ostrava at Czech skate, she didn't miss a jump in practice, and then unfortunately during the performance struggled with the jumping passes, hoping that the experience there has fueled her with the extra confidence to trust in the great technique she has. Some huge jumps incoming, hopefully, for Kira. Well, a much better representation of the talent that is Kira Baranovska, a skater who, as I mentioned before the performance, had been stellar in practice, but failed
by
to...
Kira. And this was a significant improvement from her season's best at 43. Scores are probably going to reach into the 50s. As we take a look at some of the elements in the short program. Take a look at that first element is the double axel. For those fans that are just sort of new to the sport, this is the one jump that takes off forward, running forward into space. Beautiful lift, nice and smooth. So that is it's the only jump that takes off forward, easy to recognize. And here is the triple flip, back inside edge, toe pick, straight up in the air. Great lift, great height on that element. Hands above the head as well. There's some nice choreography and freedom of that upper body movement. And the step sequence, the triple lutz, that was sweet. Right up into the double toe. I'm sure the triple toe will be coming soon after that. And a solid performance. And some of the steps a little later in the program, you can see a little bit more engagement with the upper body and the arms. Could use it a little bit more, of course, always can. But I think energized by the success of the technical elements early on in the program. And here's a look at the layback. This is in a level 4 with a plus GOE, so good quality there. Right in the final splits. And you can see the smile on her face there as she's in the kiss and cry with her coach Olga and Remo. Who did such a great job, not only in coaching, but also in running the competition in Riga. Oh, they're sitting up straight to get the advertising visible in the kiss and cry.
Don't they do such a brilliant job of
Let's take a look at the short program scores. Personal best 51.34, and she has a season's best, as you can see. Whoa. Applause in the kiss and cry. 56.16. That is second in the short program. You can see how close that is. 56.73, 56.16. Great performance. Good start to this competition. A lot of joy in the kiss and cry.
Please welcome our next competitor.
And now to Ninon Dapoigny, the 16-year-old born in Cannes. She actually trains in Grenoble.
16 years old, coached by Francois Bernard. Her personal best has been 42.39. And she takes her spot at center ice, and she'll skate to night call.
There's
16-year-old Ninon Dapoigny from France. Pretty solid performance. 4 out of the 7 elements currently under review. Looking to beat her 42.39. She'll do that, I think, with this performance. As we take a look at some of the elements. Opening choreography, nice and patient. And many of the athletes now just starting the program standing still. As we see the triplets a little under-rotated, the tension for the edge. Landing on the lets on the quarter, the triple flip, a little higher, and that is landing on the quarter, so losing a little bit on that. That double axel entrance with the drag before, that was really nice. And here's the layback side position. Grab the blade back. This layback comes in a level 2. So missing 2 features there, a little bit of traveling as well, so a minus GOE. Another difficult exit right at the end of the program. Not totally her best, but not too bad as well. I think she'll beat her personal best, and you won't see that on the screen here. The ICU has only the season's best, the previous competition of this season, but her personal best, as in her bio, is 42.39. She should come pretty close to that. As with the coaches and the kiss and cry, and just sort of talking about a little bit about the performance. Just little mistakes here or there. 4 out of the 7 elements actually in the minus GOE, so she'll lose some points on the quality score of each element. Each element, of course, once again has a base value to it, and if you do it well, you're going to get some points added to it. If there are errors, specific errors, you get points removed from it. So when we talk about the minus GOE, that minus means losing some points on a particular element. So for some of these skaters here, with 4 out of the 7 elements being reviewed, it takes a little bit longer for the judges to process that and take a look at the reviews. And here are the short park scores for Ninon. 43.25, that is a new personal best, and that puts her currently into 3rd place.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Finlandii. Next to skate, representing Finland, Annika Pellonmaa.
And now to one of the youngest skaters in the competition, Annika Pellonmaa. Coach Anna Martinen doubles up as both coach and choreographer, and there's some fun entertainment in the transitions for her performance to You Can't Stop the Beat by the Glee cast.
Just can't
Well, that was fun, Mark.
She's just oozes of joy, and it's interesting because the team have obviously chosen this fun, upbeat, energetic performance to showcase her youthful joy. But obviously the mistakes that were made shifted everything choreographically, and the ending position she clung on to was tricky insofar as she'd lost time with the mistakes and the spin or gained too much music.
Well, you know, such a great start to the program and lots of energy, a little balance problem there. And she's just 13 years of age. There's the triple toe, pushes up, second triple toe. Great start to the program. Really excited coming down, and now this triple flip. Let's see what happens here. Oh, big pull on the back inside edge. Doesn't get all the way around. Takes that fall and then misses the spin right after. I unfortunately did not get that. And here's some of the steps. So keeps the energy going. And good experience for her to get this at such a young age. She's got lots of personality, lots of ability. Wow.
And when I look at Annika on social media, she's the advanced novice Finnish champion, and getting on the national Finnish team, she'd posted about it and she just said how incredibly proud she was. And that's where you hope that then for Annika now, this is her second junior Grand Prix in fairly quick succession, that she doesn't lose sight of the pride and the joy she felt in making the national team. She's going to be frustrated and disappointed that this is not the skate that she wanted, but ultimately still confirmation she's representing a very strong skating nation. And she's done an incredible job to get here, and she's still got the free skate to come. So
yeah, she knows what she can do, and you can see her disappointment because of cry, but she knows what she's capable of and wants so desperately to show that to the fans and to her family and to her coach and to herself. And you have those difficult moments, but this is a very, very good skater with lots of talent, with lots of future, and there's many more good times to come. So, and maybe in the free program. So we'll see what happens. But what a charmer.
yeah, and you know, I had the good fortune of chatting with Karolina Kostner yesterday, and she was talking exactly about moments like Annika is enduring right now. Karolina Kostner, one of the most celebrated skaters in history, was saying she's been there too, and she's used it as fuel. So don't worry, Annika, it will be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. 40.43 for Annika. That'll put her currently in fourth place. Many more great days yet to come, but these painful ones are what pave the road for the good ones. Hard to see that now. You can't see it now. You just feel not great. That's for sure. There we go. That's the end of the first group. Fun. That was great. It's like group number 2 about to take the ice for their warm-up. Here's a look at the start order. We got Mao Shimada, two-time world champion, world junior champion, will start out.
Wow. And Wada is interesting that it's a random draw for anybody that isn't familiar. That it's a completely random draw for the start order of this short program, and yet we have 2 of the 4 winners on the Junior Grand Prix Series this year already who are in this second group, just 2 skaters apart.
I was watching the practice sessions yesterday, and Mao was, delivering some very nice triple axels plus quad toe, and then was missing some elements as well. So, but you could see her a little bit more back on track, because I think in week 1, we saw a little bit more, I don't want to say doubt, but we saw a few more errors, but that was early on. I mean, that's the first week. That's still in August, and she looks much better now. We'll see what happens. Of course, they can't do the quad or the triple axel in the short program, but you will. Oh, I guess let's see what we got here. Yeah, and so we'll see it, and then also Kaoruko Wada from Japan looked terrific. So it's going to be an interesting battle here between Japan.
Yeah, really interesting. And I saw actually when I was joining in the feed, I could see Mao delivering triple axels much more comfortably than I remember seeing on site when we were together in Riga and Latvia. And it's interesting then, we spoke extensively in Riga about how a 2-time junior world champion would face this season, because previously, until the ISU changed the age criteria for entry into senior level, then Mao Shimada would have been pushed on to the next category up. And in this experience, we've talked about it before, that there has never been a 3-time junior world champion, because whilst people have won it twice before, then they would have made the transition up into the seniors, and now because of the age criteria, Mao is somewhat forced to stay in the junior category, and we question whether or not it would be hard to maintain that motivation when you'd already been the champion twice before. And it's just interesting, when I saw those triple axels in practice, I thought perhaps the competitive arena. Being back out internationally has been the ignition to renew some of that quick twitch sharpness that the triple axel needs to resume the form that we've seen from her before.
Well, the coaching team, and I'm sure the family as well, and herself have sat down and said, we don't have a choice here. We have to continue to get better during the periods of time that we're still in juniors before we can move to seniors. So let's make the best out of that. And there'll be times that the performances won't be so good, but it's a different strategy now. Not strategy, but I guess it's a different world for these young skaters having to stay, in some cases, 4 years at least, when they would have moved out after 2 years. So we'll see what happens. But great athletes are great athletes, and they'll have their bad days, but they're not great athletes for no reason. They'll adapt, and I'm sure she will.
And I'll probably reference it all day long to, you know what a huge fan I am of Karolina, but having spent an hour chatting to her yesterday, chatting to her former world champion, Karolina Kostner, who has actually the same choreographer, or had the same choreographer as Mao Shimada, she acknowledged how much development there was for her in skating skills, in aesthetics, and ultimately in the program component scores. And so, you know, Mao will certainly still be, although she's technically, she will still be having access to brilliant resources and inspiration to push her in the program components, because she might have the same technical stuff as some of the best in the world on the senior stage, but that is the separation from Mao Shimada. She doesn't have as high components as the likes of Kaori Sakamoto, and more recently the likes of Amber Glenn, who is having a good start to her senior season.
It's all part of the maturing, process. And you mentioned the choreographers, both Laurie Nickel and Kate Weaver. And Laurie they're not just choreographers, they're great choreographers for sure, but they also understand people. And to be a great choreographer, you have to read and get to know that person, to know who are they, or who can they be, who do they want to be, and bring that out through time. Because it's not just about a movement, it's about how that movement is made. And that choreographer, once they discover who that person is, can make that movement, if you will, come from the soul a little bit more. That takes time, and it takes maturity, and it takes a lot of patience. But when you have those great choreographers like Mao does, and like many of these other skaters do, you have to give them time to develop.
And it's interesting when you mention about the choreographer knowing the person, and I think with somebody like Mao Shimada, I've got some friends, Japanese friends, who've sent me some articles, and it's often acknowledged that Mao is perhaps a little more introverted. She's not outwardly expressive the way some humans are. And so then for the choreographers, it's knowing how to tap into that. And interestingly, Mao Shimada is one of a few Japanese skaters who worked with Daisuke Takahashi in a camp presumably organized by the Japanese Skating Federation this summer. And she, as well as some of the other members of the Japanese team, have acknowledged that his influence did help to ignite in them a better understanding of performance. And it can take the same words said by a different human to just instigate that better awareness.
You might be a little bit more shy, but you've got something into you. You wouldn't be in the sport if you didn't have something inside of you that wants to perform. So it's just a matter of time before that comes out, and sometimes words, by a different person, as you mentioned. So this will be interesting to see. Mao will skate first. Kaoruko will skate in the third position here in group number 2. Any more questions that come in there, Mark?
Yeah, we had some brilliant questions. Let me bring those.
Uh-oh, it's over. Save that.
Yeah.
Save that. I get scared when you say brilliant questions, because that sounds difficult.
Yeah,
difficult
well,
question.
some of them are so brilliant that they need the whole 6 minutes.
Oh, well, okay, we don't have that, so here we go. Group number 2, and there is, by the boards with Coach Mia Hamada, the 2-time world junior champion, going for number 3 this year, and I don't think that's ever been done at the Junior World Championships, 3 consecutive titles. We'll see. Much more to come. Mark?
She needs little introduction. Mao Shimada, as you say, Ted, 2-time world junior champion, skating to the iconic music Defying Gravity in her second Junior Grand Prix of the season.
Something has changed within me. Something is not the same. Together we're unlimited. Together we'll be the greatest team there's ever been. My
Wow, what a difference a month makes. And although Mao Shimada is so consistent at delivering clean skates in a short program, the vibrancy, the increased speed into the jump combo in the second half of the program is so visibly different to me, and I just can't underestimate to me how much more sparkling this performance from Mao Shimada seemed. Perhaps the most facially committed that I have seen this athlete.
Yeah, this was a different Mao Shimada. I mean, it may have always been in there, but it's starting to really emerge. And we talked about the choreographers, the great work that they do, and it wasn't just about the movement. It was about bringing something out in this young woman, and we see it. And of course, the technical part is no problem. Look at that extension that I mentioned. That's a Mark Henready extension. It's beautiful. Triple flip and right up into the flying camel. Great stretch, good speed, nicely centered, change of edge right there, upside down. And that is obviously in a level 4 with a really plus GOE. And outstanding. Of course, the triple lutz, triple toe loop, nice and clean. Second half of the program, getting a little bit of a bonus in the second half. And here's some of the steps. And you can see more movement, Mark, in the upper body, the head and the arms.
Yeah, just, I mean, she's brilliant. We know she's brilliant. But I'm just so conscious of that increased speed in here, just the sharpness, which is, as we see the commitment to the presentation right in front of the judges, it was obviously all there and placed and delivered. The program choreographer by Caitlin will have been set perfectly, but everything just sparkled more. Even the change of speed there within the spin, and I was conscious that each change of position within the spin was set to the musical phrasing. That's why Mao Shimada will be receiving the +5s grade of execution in her spins that very, very few skaters globally, senior and junior, ever receive.
Well, season's best is 71.67. Her personal best is 73.78. We'll see how close it comes to both those scores here in Gdansk. The season's best, 73.11. A little bit of joy, Nicholas and crying. There's that smile, that radiant smile of Mao. There it is. That's brilliant.
Interesting, Ted. In her first event, her presentation component was her lowest of the 3. This time, the presentation is the highest. So that kind of gives the indication the judges felt that energy in the presentation.
Yeah, and hopefully she takes that and understands the difference. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, now, Austrian skater Flora Marie Schaller needs to take all that brilliant energy displayed by Mao and try to tap into that for her performance. She was so brilliant in her free skate in Ostrava, and hoping for a great short program in Gdansk. Flora Marie Schaller. And I noticed that when Flora competed in Ostrava, when I look back, she attempted just the double flip. Here, going for the triple flip, which is presumably a tactical thing. I'm not quite sure if the double flip in her previous Junior Grand Prix was intentional, but this giving us a very clear assessment of where Flora's at, adding increased technical difficulty. But of course, that has impacts, not just on that one jump, but that might have been the reason that she was distracted for the double axel that came later.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the elements. Here we see this Milwaukee to the triple Salchow, gets that done into the double toe loop. It's okay. This is under rotated triple flip. And takes the fall too, 2-foot landing. And unfortunately goes down on that. And the double axel, as we're going to see here, watch again, that's the forward takeoff, everyone. There it is. But didn't lift very high. Under rotated, freely gets stuck in front, couldn't check out, and has to take a second fall, and that will be, of course, disappointing with those two mistakes in the short program. Here's some nice movements in the step sequence, and that is in the level 2 near the end of the program.
Yeah, and I think it's so important for for those watching and understanding that for Flora and her team, she's got a gorgeously supportive team behind her, Julia Kiefer and Vila Ivanov. But the need to increase the technical difficulty has such a big repercussion, and so it's good that she's gone for the triple flip. It has to be done at some point, but coach accepts that when you do that, then there are consequences, and it's just this long-term athlete development plan that has to have these bumps in the road towards Olympic level greatness.
Yeah, and that's the technical side, because you have to try the more difficult elements in the program. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, along the way as you gain experience, and also trying different genres, different musical approaches. And sometimes it seems it might be a little bit more mature for a person, but you have to help the athlete go into those. So there's a whole process that happens. Now, once you get to senior and you're in your third or fourth or second, third or fourth world championship, all of a sudden it's a little less about learning and it's more now about producing your very best of what you have gathered over your career. Let's take a look at the scores. 38.08 for Flora Maria Schaller from Austria. That'll put her currently into 6th place. Certainly not what the plan was, and it's a rough day. Free program still to come.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Japonii.
And now to the second Japanese skater, the second skater in this competition who comes here already with a win on the Junior Grand Prix, champion in her first ever international event when she won in Ostrava, Kaoruko Wada. Well, Kaoruko Wada proves that her win in Strava was no fluke, and any pressure she may feel and trying to assume a spot at the Junior Grand Prix final wasn't evident at all. Skating with freedom and huge amounts of speed and nailing the jumping passes.
Boy, when you watch an athlete like this, you say, is that confidence? Is it comfort? What is it? It's just well-trained. It's just so remarkable how easy. Look at the lift and the distance on that double axel flowing like crazy.
Oh.
Wow, that's amazing.
Made me want to check as well, but look at the Lutz toe.
There's the triple lips, pushes up high, get all the way around that triple toe loop. And here's the triple flip. Beauty. Just under review at the moment. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, it's really interesting because Wada's she demonstrates such wondrous flow, and that comes into the skating skills component. And I'm really interested to see how the judges will compare the two performances, because Mao Shimada to me had more composition, probably more presentation, but I could argue that Kaoruko Wada was just as fast. They both have brilliant spins. I was interested to see, in terms of the grades of execution, what the judges would give the different jumping passes, because I think the double axel for Wada was stronger than that of Shimada. I did think the flip was better, but I just questioned the edge on takeoff. However, it's still just being assessed by the technical panel, so we'll see whether or not it's all good. That's why the slow-mo replays are so important for the tech panel and the judges, really.
A good assessment. So did you come up with an answer here? I mean, you walked the fence on comparing both. Don't do that. It's coming up here right now. 70.58 season's best. They're thrilled with that score because their season's best so far was 67.21, so they've beaten up by a good amount. And you can see just 3 points off Mao Shimada, two-time world junior champion. So Kaoruko Wada of Japan, thrilled with the performance, beautiful in itself.
Next to skate, representing Sweden, Alexandra Odman.
And now it is the turn of 17-year-old Alexandra Odman, coach Ella Magnusson and Lako Vince. And Alexandra will skate to, unsurprisingly given the costume, music by Camille Sanson, This One. Well, Alexandra Odman, representing Sweden, she had a great skate in Riga, and perhaps a little similar to Flora Marie Schaller. This comparison to her performance in her first Junior Grand Prix, where she seemed to only go for double flip, maybe the choice to increase the technical difficulty here with triple flip invaded the brain space, affecting so many of the other elements within this program, starting with the opening double axel.
Well, I admire, yeah, this is a bit of a freak, mistake, because this young woman can easily do this double axel. Just didn't lift very much. It looked a little slow on the takeoff, and here's the triple toe loop. That was good. Gets a free leg back in time to save triple toe, double toe, but then has a problem with the triple flip. She didn't do this in the first week, and that didn't look too bad in the air. Not enough air time to get all the way around, but pretty good. And you really feel for the athlete here, because this is part of the process of trying something more difficult. Lovely skater, lovely program, just challenging today technically.
And respect to Alexandra, that despite mistakes, even simple elementary mistakes that she wouldn't ordinarily make, she stayed committed to the program. The choreography by Andrea, who's doing a great job with so many skaters. And I admire Alexandra, who will inside have been so upset with just from the very first jump. That's the kind of short program run through in practice where you fall in the opening double axel that's meant to be your warm up to settle you, and you think, oh man, let's just start again.
Yeah, exactly.
And she obviously couldn't do that here.
No, she's a beautiful skater, and this is a rough day. And once again, as we always say, because it's always true, is that something comes out of this. Because she'll remember it. You have so many variations, because you have so many elements, so many variations of this was good, that was a challenge, that was weak, or that was a silly mistake, or this or that, and it changes every time out. So you gain experience every time, even with the difficult ones. So this was a difficult day, no question, and there were certainly some, feelings here. But this will come out in a different way in the future, and it's just patience. But lovely skater, good technique. Just the execution was a little bit off today. 47.42 is her personal best. This is 30.20, and you can see her hold her face going, oh my gosh, that score. I haven't had that score for a long time. So, but, it's the sport, and there were a number of mistakes, unfortunately.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Bułgarii. Next to skate, representing Bulgaria, Krista Georgieva.
And now a skater competing in their first Junior Grand Prix, Krista Georgieva. She, a complete departure from music. The Swan. This will be Boom by Tiesto. Krista Georgieva representing Bulgaria, and such a fun, interesting choice of music, both the Blondie track and the Tiesto, and such an insight, perhaps, into the character of this young woman, such confidence in her projection. Jump technique is needing some TLC, but this opening energy was impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, we'll see that a little bit later in the step sequence as well. The jumps don't explode off the ice, and the rotation position kind of open in the air. You can see the legs a little bit farther apart with a bit of a wrap. Young skaters watching that. Remember, you want straight and strong, tight ankles in the air to speed that rotation up. Here is the triple flip. Same thing, and that is in with a, probably, it's under review right now, probably a downgrade. And then the double axel. And again, just a little bit loose in the air. But as Mark said, you know, some work to do technically. I think very capable of it. It's just not there yet. But watch this. She's got the attitude. She's got the presentation for sure.
I'm good, like completely. We've seen in this group, we've seen 2 winners already in the Junior Grand Prix, but I think Krista Georgieva had as much confidence in her projection towards the judges from start till that finish. I mean, that's, you got a real strength of character to eyeball the judges as brilliantly as she just did there.
That's a really good point, Mark. I mean, whatever, technically, this girl did not shy away from the presentation, the energy, and the intent. Like, she was that person out there. That was amazing. That was great. Now, 3 of the elements are downgraded, so she's going to lose a lot of points technically because the blade was landing forward, so it takes an automatic downgrade. And there are 5 out of the 7 elements in the minus GOE, so they're taking points away from the base value because the quality of the jumps weren't performed properly. So that score is going to be, you know, not what she'd hoped for, but certainly the presentation was, you know, wonderful. And she's, you know, she's 16 years old, and you can see the energy, her passion for skating. Just some work technically yet to be done.
Yeah, and
there's no personal best or season best yet. This is the first time out. 32.51 for Krista, and that'll put her currently in 9th place. But great marks for energy and presentation and effort, no question. Just tighter in the air, faster rotation. Will do a lot of good.
A przed Państwem reprezentantka Holandii. Next to skate, representing Netherlands, Angel Delabac.
And now to Angel Delabac, just a 14-year-old high school student who explained that she's been working hard since Ostrava, but any injuries that she had endured have been healing, so she's feeling increasingly confident as the season progresses. Well, 3 weeks ago, Angel Delavac had a triple loop, double loop, and mistake with a downgraded triple flip. This a showcasing of a skater who, with 3 weeks, has really used the time and training to come back stronger. And although there were still mistakes made, you sense the hunger from this young 14-year-old to be success in the sport.
Well, as we often say, the problems of the past are the benefit to the future. And I think we saw the benefit here. She had challenges in the first Junior Grand Prix, but there's the triple Lutz. Has to do a 3-turn, but pushes right up into the triple loop. That'll be under-rotated, but still, what a valiant effort, as you mentioned. Double axel, rides off the end of the edge. That was nice. Good knee bend on that as well. Take off, and that camel spin back inside to the forward outside. Yeah, just beautiful. We take a look at the sit spin as well, and that little jump over into the upright was pretty cool. And that's in level 4, pardon me. And there's the flip that lands on the quarter, but still there's lots of upper body movement here with the choreography and the step sequence, and that is in a level 3, so good points gained with that.
When we watch Angel here performing and see the changes in the features within the layback spin, we've seen other skaters who have increased their technical difficulty, and mistakes have then impacted negatively on their component score, their second mark, because the judges don't have the same feeling at the end of the program when mistakes are made. For Angel here, the better skate will boost those program component scores because she was able to deliver with more passionate conviction the presentation, as she's joined by coach and choreographer Jorik Hendricks.
Yeah, a nice job he's done for many skaters, of course, his sister included. And we can see a big smile on Angel's face, and because that's a feeling of sort of redemption a little bit, because she knows what she could do. It was earlier on in the Junior Grand Prix and made the mistakes, put the work into it, and came back and delivered what she's capable of. And so there's a lesson has been learned, and those lessons will continue on as you compete every day, or every time you compete, pardon me.
And Angel had explained that she had acknowledged that a Junior Grand Prix is a special experience. So she competed last year in the Junior Grand Prix, and again obviously in Ostrava, and how wonderful that in her second season in the Junior Grand Prix it's not lost the, I don't want to say enormity of the occasion, but the specialness of the occasion.
Yeah, I had an interview with Ilya Malinin yesterday, and Ilya talked about I asked him about his junior career and talked about the valuable lessons learned there and how important it is. And it was really nice that he took the time to speak with us, and we'll play that out. I'm not sure when, but that'll get played out on the Junior Grand Prix. Season's best, 50.14, so breaks the 50-point mark. And that'll put Angel currently into 5th place. You can see the nod of approval by Angel as we take a look at your top 5 skaters so far after 2 groups in day number 1, the women's short program. Now we're going to take a short break during the ice resurfacing, but we have some video entertainment for you, Mark. What's up on the list?
Yes, having seen already compete today 2 former winners on this season's Junior Grand Prix, now we look at the other 2 winners and their post-celebration interviews. Yujae Kim first, the winner in Ankara. Then we have our must-watch moments from that same event, and then the interview with China's Yihan Wang, who won the women's event in Bangkok on the Junior Grand Prix stop there. And finally, video on the World Ice Skating Day, which takes place in December of this year.
We hope you like it. Enjoy. We'll be back right after this. Here in Ankara with the women's champion, Yujae Kim of Korea, with a 198.63, an absolutely brilliant free program. And I wanted to ask you, you looked so comfortable during your performance. Were you that confident during the performance here in Ankara?
터키 앙카라에 와서 좋은 성적을 거두고 퍼스널 베스트까지 세울 수 있어서 정말 기쁩니다.
Now, all of your jumps look so easy all the time. Is there one jump that is your favorite?
트리플 악셀이 가장 좋은 것 같아요.
It's your best and your favorite jump. Oh, that's a good start, that's for sure. A big points right off the top of the program. What is your favorite part of your program?
룹 뛰고 나서 G 파트 시작하는 부분이 좋은 것 같아요.
And how do you feel right now, having won your first Junior Grand Prix here this year?
지금 처음으로 주니어 그랑프리에서 금메달을 딸 수 있어서 정말 제가 잘한 것 같고 너무 기쁘고 여기 앙카라에 와서 정말 기뻐요.
Well, you are absolutely brilliant on the ice, charming off the ice as well. Congratulations. The best of the luck as you move forward in the Junior Grand Prix season. The champion here in Ankara, Yujae Kim from Korea. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ankara. It's time now for the must-watch moments. Some spectacular skating this week. First up, the ice dance. Mark, your thoughts?
In the dance event, there was movement after the rhythm dance with Daria Grimm and Mikhail Savitsky from Germany moving up from third place after the rhythm dance to take the title. And having already competed twice in the Junior Grand Prix final previously, the 15 points secured here make their chances of a third time at the Junior Grand Prix final all the more likely. What about the women's event, Tim?
Well, Yujae Kim of Korea won that event in stunning fashion. She looked like she could not make a mistake, even if she wanted to. She was so solid, opening the program with a triple axel. That is a must-see program from the first note to the last. You won't want to miss that. Mark, what about the pairs?
Well, Jasmine Desrochers and Kieran Thrasher from Canada were leading in their first Junior Grand Prix appearance this year, but dropped after the free skate. They managed, though, to maintain the lead after the short program with a win overall in Ankara, and they now take 28 points towards the Junior Grand Prix final. We look forward to hopefully seeing them again in Grenoble.
And in the men, Jacob Sanchez was absolutely brilliant in the short. He had to fight his way through the free program, ends up taking the title. But for a must-watch moment, check out Jacob Sanchez, the United States of America short program. Simply brilliant. You won't want to miss that. Mark, what about your picks, your special picks other than the champions?
A couple of standout moments amidst a brilliant week of skating, and for me, the Swiss skater in the men's event, Ian Wheeler, really stood out for the class and the refinement that he showcased. He's been working recently with Stéphane Lambiel, and you can see the influence of that former world champion, and I so appreciate the quality of his movement. In addition to that, I've got to acknowledge what I was so impressed with in the free dance competition from another Swiss skater. I feel very pro-Swiss today at this event because Gina Zender and Beda Leon Saber totally took on board the idea of Edward Scissorhands, and their ability to encapsulate the essence of that seemed top class, world class, and I look forward to seeing how that program will develop as the season progresses.
And for me, I have two standouts, actually. Denise Tarem from Turkey. Her short program in front of a crazy frenzy audience here. The pressure was on, and she delivered a beautiful, clean short program with triple lutz and really had some wonderful skills all the way through and had a good placement as well. And she looks like, and she's just 13 years old, so she has a very bright future indeed, and she's a real fierce competitor, so check that out. As well, I want to give a special mention to Stefania Gladky from France. She, again, medaled here in Ankara, but her free program is so charming and so brilliantly done. You won't want to miss that program. If you haven't seen that before in the Junior Grand Prix, check it out. I think you're going to enjoy it.
I think it's always a little bit of a cliche choice to pick the leader of the event, but I will say I think the short program from Jasmine Desrochers and Kieran Thrasher really was special. And I think even potentially a breakthrough performance for them. I will definitely say you should absolutely watch that.
And that concludes Ted and Mark's must-watch moments from Ankara, Turkey. Bangkok, Thailand, with the women's champion Yihang Wang from China, 194.71. Congratulations, first of all. It's your first Junior Grand Prix title, the champion. How do you feel right now?
I feel very happy and surprised too. If I can go and the Junior Grand Prix, and I will be happy. And I have the medal. I'm very excited.
Well, when you came here to Bangkok for this Junior Grand Prix, did you ever think that you could win?
No, I didn't think it, but just I want to be a clean program and do my best.
That was amazing, especially having to skate last. Now, my last question, what is it that you love most about skating?
I like most is to show myself to everyone and always do the best in the competition and work hard in the practice.
Well, congratulations. You were absolutely brilliant in both the short and the free program, and you are the champion here in Bangkok. Yihang Wang from China, the champion here in Bangkok.
Happy World Ice Skating Day, everyone!
Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk, Poland. Day number 1, week number 5, Women's Short Program. I'm Ted Bart, along with Mark Hanratty, joining us from his garage, from his studio, in his garage, from Nottingham. Mark, thanks so much for joining us. It must be, in some ways, nice to be home, and other ways, you miss being here. I certainly miss you on site as well.
Yeah, no, it's such a privilege to be able to join and then to do it from home and still see my young children. That's amazing. But equally, in terms of doing the job, it's so exciting to be on site and then to connect with friends in the skating community. So it's an interesting one, because when we talk about the skaters and their ability to learn from YouTube or learn from streaming, I am able to do my job from home, and I really am grateful for it. But equally, there's nothing quite like being live in an arena and in the venue.
Well, I can tell you, without you here, and I wish you were here because we have so much fun, bantering back and forth. But it is much easier walking from the broadcast location to the skaters' lounge to get food, because we don't have 14 chats going along when I'm with you. Because, oh, hi, how you doing? You're a way more chattier guy than I am. You're way more social, and you know everybody, and you're so kind to everybody. I'm going, oh my gosh,
I just want to get a cup of tea.
Yeah, no, it's good. See all the people. But
do they still have the apple cake in Gdansk?
No, I don't see the apple cake.
Yeah, they knew I wasn't coming.
I've been going over there. There's a lot of other pastries which I'm sure have apple in it, but not the apple cake. But maybe that comes later. We'll see. Okay, do we have any questions?
Yeah, maybe they're listening.
Yeah.
Yes, we've got some great questions that have come in. Thanks to those that have sent those questions in. Please feel free to send any that you do to the International Skating Union Instagram page. And a couple of questions. One first from Nicole Thai, Italia. Do you get jet lag from all the travel that you do during the Junior Grand Prix events? Now that, of course, having just referenced the fact that I am in my home, is much more pertinent to you, Ted, because you're the one traveling around the globe.
You do get a bit jet lag on your first trip overseas, like when we started here in Riga, and got a little tired then, and then couldn't sort of shake that. But I always wake up at 5 o'clock no matter where I am in the world. No matter how long I've been able to sleep or not sleep, I wake up at 5 in the morning. So this year's been pretty good that way, and because we've come from North America, then we go down to Bangkok, and we come back to Turkey. So, but you can get it, and it can be annoying because it slows you down. There you go. As group number 3 take to the ice to warm up. There's a look at the start order.
Some talent in here too.
Oh yeah, totally. What else you got there, Mark?
Other questions that have come in. One regarding the loss of quads in the ladies event. Are viewers paying more attention to the components again? So are viewers paying more attention to components again? Well, we don't know necessarily what the viewers are paying attention to. Yeah. It'd be interesting to hear. I don't know about you, Ted, but when I look about, obviously I'm online trying to get information about the skaters, and in my research moments I then get exposed to sometimes some fan accounts which have very varying opinions, and there are some ardent vocal skating fans who acknowledge their belief that there's a lesser artistry in the sport. And then I know other fans who complain fervently that, there aren't the quads that there were in the last Olympic cycle, and so their belief is that the sport has stagnated. If you can't please all the fans all the time, but if you were to look at a timeline of the skaters, even I'm reluctant maybe to say the name, but I was watching the World Championships from 2005 yesterday on YouTube, and some of the most celebrated names in the sport, and I thought, well, they were brilliant, but as a generalization, the sport has definitely evolved. So whilst we can look back to what was brilliant from the 90s and the 80s and the 70s, on the whole, the standard of skating required is definitely higher.
Well, look, everything's like that, fashion included. I mean, I grew up in the 70s, and so fashion was like, at the time, wow, is that ever cool, man? And I'm going, now I'm looking at that, no, it wasn't cool. No. It's just different. It's just different. Every era has brilliance to it. Every era does.
Yeah.
Some questions, it's really difficult to compare eras, because I think that just every sport and mankind evolves. And so there was brilliant skating in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. Absolutely genius, brilliant skating, as there is now. If you were really to take a look at and break it down, you'd say there's a lot more detail. It's more physical now because there's every little thing counts. Where it was an overall impression, which gave a judge the ability to give a 5.9 to 5.8 or whatever the case may be. So there's a lot more detail, which may not be as beautiful for some people in some cases, but I think every era has its beauty and has its difficulty. And so as we see a triple salto, triple which would not have been seen 30 years ago in the junior women's category, right? So things have just evolved.
And I think whilst it's mind-boggling to see some of the technical feats that are achieved, I do think one thing that I could say in regards to viewers, the question posed to us was, do viewers pay more attention to the components now? I think that viewers of the sport, both those that are aficionados of ice skating and those that are new to the sport, do connect most with the skating when there is emotion. And so I think athleticism is incredible, but if we have athleticism with emotion behind it, we connect more with the skater. Now, sometimes that might be, if the skater exudes emotion in regards to the performance. So Mao Shimada was performing to Defying Gravity. She'd been to see the theatre production in Tokyo. She was accessing some of the expression that the theatre had, so there was emotion there. Sometimes you can have an athlete who is void of that layering of awareness in terms of the performance, and they don't have that kind of access to such degrees of information about performance. But if they go and land a big jump and there's a big beaming smile over their face, the audience can connect with that too. I think audiences connect with emotion in whatever guises, consciously or unconsciously.
Well, human beings are full of emotion, so you do connect with it. And I agree. I don't know if they know always what they're watching, but they know what they're feeling from a skater's performance. And so, yeah, I would have to say they feel something, and some are aware of what they're watching as well. So, but you're right. Only they can answer the question. Why are we talking about it? We can't answer the question for them. And so, it'd be interested to know your thoughts. Send that in to Instagram on us and let us know. Whether you're more connected now with the, components and with the presentations. So, yeah.
It would be interesting to know. I would love to know, when often we are posed the question as to who our favourite skaters are. I'd be interested to know more about the names of the favourite skaters from the viewers.
And juniors. Give us the juniors. As you watch us, I'd be really interested to know. That's a really good question, a really good point, Mark. So now we're going to beg people to give us that information. Who impacts you the most as a junior skater? You might think of your own country, I don't know, but if you've watched enough of them, like this young woman here, she really impressed us. I think, where were we, in Riga, or was it Austria?
I lost you there, sorry, the connection got lost there.
I saw this young woman on the screen right now. She was really impressive. So who has impressed you, to the viewers, who has impressed you over the 5 weeks on the Junior Grand Prix? I would love to know that. Okay, good question.
Other question, very pertinent at the moment, from @Alexandra's Edits. During which event will Ilya, presumably referencing to the Ilya Malin, the world champion, will he appear as a guest? And will, from another account, will Ilya join as a guest commentator?
Yeah, he's not going to join as a guest commentator. I did an interview with him yesterday, and that will be, we're not sure when that'll be delivered, probably next week in Ljubljana, maybe in Wuxi, final week, I'm not sure. But that was fun to talk to him, and after speaking to his parents too, so that was a lot of fun. So wait for that, it'll be coming out at some point. Here we go, Mark. Group number 3, Women's Short Program Day, number 1, week number 5. Lots of numbers. There we go.
And now to a 15-year-old Cleo Park. She trains with her best friend and teammate Annika Chow, who was 8th in Riga. And now it is the turn of Cleo. In her first ever Junior Grand Prix, we saw her looking strong in warm-up, hoping for a strong performance now.
That was lovely, Mark.
Yeah, really lovely. And I think for me, the highlight has to be the step sequence as the pair team from the same nation cheer her on. There was an amazing use of head and neck and body movement through the penultimate element of the program.
And stops and starts and slides. It was just really well thought out and beautifully delivered. As we take a look at some of the elements here. And here is a look at the triple Salchow, and pushes down up as high as she can get to clear that. And it's on the quarter on the toe loop in the judging system. That's okay. Let's take a look at that double axel takeoff. Remember, this is the only jump that goes off forward. Steps forward, arms and feet go back and snap off the end of the edge. Nice double axel. Just took this combo spin, the change of edge there into the sit. This is in level 4, of course, with a positive GOE. And final element, triple flip. Watch the landing here. And this is under-rotated for sure in the system. There you go.
And here, as I said, the highlight for me was the expression and the commitment. Here, gorgeous overstop. We had the bracket turn, counter, and loop. That one half of a feature within the step sequence. It was given at level 3, so it lost one feature, but it does have, unsurprisingly, a good grade of execution, largely thanks to that commitment to the emotion. A piece of music that Cleo used last season as well in her short program, so she's obviously connected and enjoying it and committed. It's a little bit of travel on both the closing layback and the change foot combo spin, so the grades of execution not as high as they otherwise might be, but tell that to a skater who's very happy after their Junior Grand Prix debut.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, if that triple flip was clean, it would have made a difference. It's a -1, but overall, no personal best yet this season. 55 points here for Cleo Park from the United States, and that'll put her currently to 5th place. Look pretty good, pretty pleased with her performance, and statically happy with the scores. You know, 55, but she's right in there, so you can see she's just a point out of 3rd at the moment. Many more to come.
And now to the first of 3 Polish skaters competing in the women's event. 15-year-old, born in Opole, Aleksandra Janikowska.
I'm
Well, you know, Mark, when a skater has a performance like that, it's one of the most difficult things in our sport because it's a presentation sport as well. To keep that presentation, that energy, the positivity, and the connection with the music up after disappointing technical elements, and that's what happened here for Alexandra, unfortunately.
Yeah. When you're in a home event, that's when you want all the more to be able to deliver what you know you're capable of. As we see the flip.
Just mispick a little bit and open up in the air. Then the double axel attempt pops into a single, and you can see her right here. Oh my gosh, it's slipping away and has to come back in performance. And you can see her maybe just a little disconnected with the music and the choreography going through the rest of the program, carrying the weight of those mistakes. And it's quite often, Ilya talks about that in the interview, Jason talked about that in his joining us on the Junior Grand Prix, is that the ability to park those mistakes and keep the energy, keep the intention of the program, the choreography, and the integrity to the music going. Really hard to do for a human who's based on emotion, and it's really tough. And it was a tough day here for Alexandra.
And you just wonder, because Alexandra, when she competed in Riga a couple of weeks ago, she did triple flip in the short. She had the fall. She rotated triplets, double toe. She did the double axel. So obviously a skater that's really capable of that big tech score. Just unfortunately, components don't back her up when she struggles with the tech.
Yeah, 28.30. You can just see her his face at the moment of seeing that score. That'll put her currently into 13th place. Certainly not what she's capable of. We saw, as you mentioned, I think a triple Lutz in the previous competition.
Yeah.
And triple flips. So this was one of those days that we dread.
Next to skate, representing Republic of Korea, Yujae Kim.
Well, we saw her sister, I think, last week. The twins, Yujae, new song, continue to sparkle on the Junior Grand Prix. Let's hope that Yujae Kim can showcase some brilliance in what is already shaping up to be a really strong competition. She skates to Love Story by Lola and Hauser. Yujae Kim delivers another clean skate. Interesting, Ted, you acknowledged that on the planned program content, the jump combo was originally scheduled to be the first element, but she swapped that and it opened up with a double axel, and a lovely one it was. I think when the sisters give such brilliance, we can become complacent to what they are producing, and it really is remarkable. And in our conversation, I was wondering, are these two of the most successful siblings on the international stage? It's going to be interesting to see how it pans out as the season progresses.
Or perhaps just in the juniors, you can see that series of turns of that double axel. Beautiful flow on the landing, little pump edge there, into the 3-turn. And now we take a look at there's the triple Lutz. Outside edge is good. Down on the knee, push up as high as she can, gets around the toe loop, so that was good. And here's the triple flip a little bit later in the program. And you could hear that noise, so that might be, it's being looked at right now. It's on the quarter, so they've given it on the quarter. You could hear it with the microphone, and he knew something was a little bit rough on that landing. Was to have a bit of a travel on this layback spin. It's in a level 4 though, near the end of the program. Now, 61.20 is your best as we take a look at some of the steps here this season, so she should beat that.
Yeah, and as we look at the steps, this is where the difference between the two Japanese competitors who are atop the leaderboard at present lie. The body movement from Yujae Kim is really good, but the amount of running edge, the amount of ice that her blade covers isn't as great. And as we look at the spins, if we compare to Mao Shimada, the position, the flex foot at the top, not quite as aesthetically pleasing. The speed isn't as fast. It's brilliant, and we're fortunate that we're in a position where we can get to that level of nitpicking, but that's why this clean skate will be a drift from the top two.
But Yujae did have a level 4 step sequence, which I don't believe the others did have. Maybe the quality wasn't there as much, but yeah, let's take a look at the scores. We're just guessing. Season's best, 63.85, but that will, as you said, suggested, Mark, that'll put her behind the two Japanese skaters into 3rd place, at least for the moment, as we take a look at the leaderboard. Top 5, 73, 70, and 63. A big 10-point difference between Mao and Yujae Kim.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Tajwanu. Next to skate representing Chinese Taipei, Yu-Feng Tsai.
And now to, I think, one of the first skaters that we've seen is competing in back-to-back Junior Grand Prix assignments. Yu-Feng Tsai, she did achieve a medal on the Junior Grand Prix last season. How will she fare in this very deep field? so difficult to stop immediately after a spin, and Yu-Feng Tsai, representing Chinese Taipei, did that beautifully, and you could see the finesse in her fingertip extension as she did it. Difficult though to skate in back-to-back events, but upon a little bit of research, Ted, I realized that whilst Yu-Feng Tsai is not as competitive as she was last season, the progression she's made this year between the Asian Open and Kowloon before the Junior Grand Prix is significant. So she's resuming the form as the season progresses.
Yeah, she's got really a strong program. It's just the rotation position here, not so bad in the first triple toe loop, and under-rotated, or downgraded, in fact, in the second triple toe loop. But same thing here on the flip, this will be under-rotated as well. Watch the position in the air. Are the legs tight, the ankles tight together? It's pretty loose, so it's a slower rotation, resulting in an under-rotation, and also, even though it's not specifically written aesthetically, it just doesn't carry the same flow and look for that element. So losing a little bit in the GOEs of the jumps. The rest of the program, lovely, beautiful step sequence in here. This is in at a level 2, so missing some features there on the steps, but lovely choreography and beautifully delivered.
Yeah, so hard to rotate that clockwise direction with such open posture. She did it. And finish.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That's not, as you said, not easy to do, because you're putting your rotating counterclockwise, and you got to put that pick in right at the same time so that you're facing the judges where it was choreographed to do. But she hit it right on in this case.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Really good. Well, 61.52 is her personal best this season. Her season's best is 57.51. I think she'll fall relatively short of that in this event. As you mentioned, Mark, it is a tough event.
Yeah, tough event, and I think we so often reference it, but the rotation, the air position, I suppose if we go through a catalogue of the rotational position, if that's inefficient or not optimal, then it affects the judges, the technical panel's feedback on the rotation, and that has a big impact, and that's why the score today is less for Yu-Feng.
Yeah, 48.93, that's 8th in the short program, with the total competition score. Oh, what am I talking about? That's a free program. Just rambling that one off, thinking, hey, we're on Saturday already. No, we're not. There it is. There's a look at the scores so far. And she could just tighten that position up. It would mean so much overall. Up next, Mark.
Well, this is a skater who really caught our eye in the practice in Ostrava. Alica Lengyelova, representing Slovakia. Just beautiful movement. Maybe just missing a feature at the end in the Bielmann position for Alica Lengyelova, but that said, she impressed us in practice, and this, I think, an even freer performance. The practices were gloriously open in her skating style. The performance tighter, understandably, because Ostrava was her first ever Junior Grand Prix. This, I think, was freer still, and a skater that I really appreciate. The movement patterns of.
I think she was a lot more like she was in practice, skating free and open. There's always that tension, particularly on the elements, jump elements, but just beautiful movement, connection with the music. As we take a look at some of the elements here, there's the triple flip. That was beautiful, lifted way up in the air. You can see her lean back on that landing edge. Double axel rides off the end. Great lift on that takeoff.
I love that.
Yeah, just beautiful on the landing position as well. And here is the Lutz. And the toe loop is, yeah, that is on the quarter. They're giving that on the quarter. And, but here's some of the movement in the step sequence, Mark.
Yeah, and this, she's collaborating with her new coach, and they said that they wanted to highlight this light, smooth skating that she has. And you can really see that there's an element of effortlessness brewing and somewhat innate in Lengyelova.
And I think, yeah, she just missed that last feature on the Bielmann. But I think also she does it. You can see she's well trained. So that is, she has the comfort and the confidence. I can run through this program no problem. So I'm going to put a little bit more emotion into it. If you haven't run your programs enough, if it's not just sort of on automatic pilot, it's hard to add the emotion to it when you're worried about getting through it. I don't mean short, that's a lot easier, of course. But she looked very comfortable and very confident in the choreography as well. So
The scores, please.
let's take a look at the scores. Now, her personal best is 59.29. This is about 4 points shy of that with a 55.05. That will put her kind of in contention, puts her currently into 6th place. Just about 8 points from the third.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Estonii. Next to skate, representing Estonia, Maria Elise Kaljuver.
And now to Maria Elise Kaljuver. And this young woman told me, amongst many things about her skating career, that she wants to skate for a long time, and surely that represents a skater that loves the sport. And let's hope that Maria Elise loves this performance in Gdansk.
Well, as you see, Mark, some emotion right at the end of that program for having her best skate. And on this competition, that was beautiful. That was the best I've seen this young woman skate. So well done.
Yeah, and especially she had a fall on the triple flip in her first Junior Grand Prix, mistakes with the combo, and when the flip was done, Maria Elise Callejer just released emotion through that step sequence, and we saw even more of it as she concluded the program, showcasing how important this is to her.
Yeah, the first part of the program is all power as we see the jumps being delivered. Triple Lutz, high enough, gets the triple toe loop done, that's clean. And so you didn't see a lot of emotion or, you know, choreography to a large degree. Get the elements done in the first part of the program, which she did beautifully. But then when that step sequence came and the music softened up a little bit, look at that. You can see the tilt of the head, the deeper edges, more range of movement with the arms, the follow through with the head, looking up right there. Wow, really nice. And then she said to the judges, hey, wait, I can do this as well. And I think this will be close to her top score. We'll see.
And I think with Maria Elise, she's participated at 2 Junior World Championships and just been just outside the top 10 in both of those appearances. And it's a bit like we've talked about Mao Shimada. When you've competed already a couple of times at Junior World Championships, what's the motivation? And hopefully now this is the springboard for her to just keep pushing increased speed.
Yep.
Such that she can then push the GOEs and the skating skills component scores to be competitive with the likes of Mao Shimada.
Well, no matter what the score is for her, she knows that this was something that she's been chasing.
Yeah.
And she felt it, because you could see her just not cry, but she just had emotion at the end of that program with having that clean skate delivered here on this Grand Prix. Now, 49.48 is her season's best, 58.42 is her personal best. What will this score be, and what will her reaction be? We'll find out right now. She grasps on the hand of her coach. It's a 56.43. That is a season's best, and that puts her currently in 5th place, hoping for bigger points, happy with the skate, wondering why are the points not more. She'll take a look at that report card and that detail, and they'll sit down and say, well, what can we do to raise the number? How do we close the gap? No disappointment with the skate, maybe with the numbers. Mark, what do we got coming up on our video playback?
Next, well, we have another group of 6 before we get to enjoy.
Sorry.
I think because we have this mountain of skaters to get through, the enormity of the this is undoubtedly the longest Junior Grand Prix. All 4 disciplines represented, so men's, women's, dance, and pairs.
And we're already
bigger numbers.
And we're already making mistakes. That's okay. Okay, I'll be back.
And there we see Lulu Lin representing Canada. She will be the penultimate skater in the group. She comes into this event with success on her first Junior Grand Prix assignment, having placed 4th in Riga. Thank you to those that have sent in questions to the International Skating Union social media channel. One of the interesting questions, does classical music have an edge to higher component scores? And it'd be a case study for the skating scores to assess whether or not, over the course of the last decade or so, whether or not classical pieces of music have achieved higher components. But the program component scores criteria references nothing in regards to the music chosen, but instead it is the skater's ability to understand and design and build the program in relation to that music. So for the judges, they have the 3 component scores, the first of which is composition. Most people may understand that a little bit more as choreography. And the focus for the judges is not about the music per se, but how the program is designed and built in relation to the music. The definition of this is the intentional, developed arrangement of the repertoire of movement into a meaningful whole, according to principles of proportion, unity, space, pattern, and musical structure. And that all sounds very convoluted and complex and difficult to encapsulate for the skaters, but essentially it's how well the skater will embody the music. That's enhanced further in the next component score, that is the presentation. And the judges have the focus there for how the program is performed in relation to the music. And the definition is the demonstration of engagement, commitment, and involvement based on understanding of the music. You could argue that for the judges who are dictating the scores, understanding more modern music is maybe something that they are less connected to, but nevertheless it is their job to understand all sorts of musical composition from the skaters. Next question coming from @Galimova_AZ. What affects the number of skaters representing one country at Junior Grand Prix events? And that is based largely upon the participation of the nation at the Junior World Championships the previous season. So for the skaters who medal at Junior World Championships, that opens up more slots for their nation on the 7 stages of the Junior Grand Prix, and obviously the consequential results. So the lower the skater achieves a place at World Junior Championships, the less entrants their nation can put forward at the Junior Grand Prix. What we have noticed is that in some examples, if a skater has medalled, or a skater from a nation has medalled at the Junior World Championships, their nation has the opportunity to send more skaters to this season's Junior Grand Prix. Should the nation not take up all of those slots, then the opportunity translates down to the next highest ranked nation. So I understand that Canada's had more entrants this year than the Junior World Championships results, but that was based upon skaters, there being less skaters to represent Slovakia at the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, there you go. We benefit. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. You were answering a question, were you?
Yeah, we've had some great questions in, and the first was, does classical music have an edge to higher component scores? And the second question was, what affects the number of skaters representing one country at the Junior Grand Prix events? We've had, the next questions come in from Suzanne Pola, and actually, I want to understand this better myself. I don't have the answer, maybe Ted does. Can you explain any new rules around copyrighted music, please?
Well, this is a changing world, this is for sure. So there's a year of grace being taken. Now, the ISU has a click and clear process online, but it doesn't cover all the music that's out there. So in some cases, you can get your music cleared for the rights, and you have to pay for that. I'm not sure exactly the amount it costs, but that's only going to get more and more stricter. So there are different avenues. There are things like Epidemic Sound and Artlist. That there's all this different newly composed music and classical music as well. Have the rights cleared, and you can purchase that music on. It's not that expensive. So we may see a whole new approach to music. So the popular tunes that are sung by the great stars will be perhaps less used, because we hear those repeated quite often anyways, because there are rights issues around that. So the world is changing in this. Where this will all be settled, we'll find out in a couple of years. Now, television pay big rights clearances for their television coverage when they play music. And the buildings also have to have music cleared in regards. They have a blanket fee that they pay for music like you're hearing right now, to play during breaks or hockey games or whatever. So there's all these different rules around rights of music, which is only getting more strict and more complicated for the skating world. However, there are some options being worked on, and we'll see how that all comes out in the wash over the next year or so. So it doesn't answer specifically, but changes are coming.
I have a skater who wants me to find out the answer specific to the music that I've choreographed for them, so I better come back with a real clear answer soon.
Yeah, not mine. Okay. Here we go.
And now the next skater opening this warm-up group, the sixth.
Hard to take courage in a world
Well, that's the best reaction that we've seen so far today to the skate from Lotta Artimo. She had, oh, Ted, it was a triple toe. Sorry, I made a mistake. We're looking back at Lotta's performance in Bangkok and just wondering what jump combo was planned there. This, a different jump combo, but definitely a cleaner skate, and she was suitably and justifiably elated at the conclusion.
Yeah, pretty tidy and clean program for Lotta here, and you can see her say that just through the fist pump at the end. There's the triple lutz, nice and clean and clear up into the double toe. So that is well done with a positive GOE, 7.69 points for that one element. There's the double axel, a little bit of a shove on that, but gets it done nicely. And here's some of the steps. And this step sequence comes in at level 3, so that's pretty good. Just missing a few of the features to get to 4. And positive GOE as well. Let's take a look at the triple flip. And that is on the quarter in the judging system. Combination spin at the end, level 3. There's the change of edge, just one feature. And then a little jump over into the back sit. And the leg lift, level 3 on the final element of the program. And as we see right here, the big smile. We didn't let it roll through, but yeah, but there she is. Happy with hearts.
Yeah, so wonderful. And Lotta had explained when I'd asked for any insights that she had that she loves Christmas and she listens to Christmas music as early as September. And you know, I thought that's an interesting thing to acknowledge, but you almost see that joy, you know, the reaction to performance. She just seems to be a character that oozes a kind of youthful joy.
Yeah, the joie de vivre, the joy of life.
Yeah.
You can see that in her. Season's best, 50.51. Big nod of approval there by Lotta, and that'll put her currently into 9th place. Good job. Thumbs up. Yep, little wave home. Mom and Dad, be happy back home.
And now to 16-year-old representing the Czech Republic, Barbara Pikarova, a skater who has real class in her movement. She struggled a little bit in Ostrava in the home Junior Grand Prix, hoping for a clean skate. She skates to Ennio Morricone's music.
Wystąpiła dla Państwa Barbara Tykałowa.
Barbara Tykałowa, a skater who is maybe just going through that challenging time where the jumps don't feel your own and you're perhaps doubting, because this is indicative of a little bit of what we saw in Ostrava as she goes to coach ringside of such a beautiful skater. Even the way she runs on her toes is elegant, and yet just not feeling comfortable with the jump passes, either on takeoff or landings.
Just beautiful skater. Good speed coming to the triple toe, looked good in the air, nice and straight, too far forward, and loses all the momentum to get up into the double toe loop. Just good for her to try it. And now it's unfortunate. Beautiful Ina Bauer right up into the double axel. Good attempt, but that edge, I wish I could replay that, slipped out from underneath her, took it into a waxel type of thing, and then did not fold into tight rotation of the triple flip, and that is a downgrade as well. So all the technical elements a little bit problematic, and that's what she's disappointed about. What a beautiful, beautiful skater. Wonderful program. Look at the choreography here, Mark. It's just exquisite even after the disappointments.
Yeah, and here you can see that openness of line, gorgeous. Even the awareness of her right hand is so trained, and this is where I really hope that Barbara will listen to the likes of Karolina Kostner, or she's got amazing coaching staff on the Otterek who have had all of the experiences that she's living, and so that's where she'll need to just really take heed and comfort from the people that have gone through these challenging times, because any single skater will go through that. She has a planned program content of triple H, triple toe, which shows that she has done that. She's very capable. At the moment, she's just struggling to adapt to maybe changes going on, and it's just a bump of the road.
Yeah, and it's a message that Jason Brown had said in his commentary, and then Ilya Malinin, who I spoke to yesterday. It's a matter of learning in the juniors how to take one thing at a time, and you don't look back, you only look forward, and that's a skill that you can learn, but it takes time and patience. 38.07 for this beautiful skater. That's disappointing, of course, for Barbara, but she's got all the abilities. She just has to work that out, figure out how to deliver it under the stress and pressure of competition. That'll put her currently into 15th place.
And that a special moment for the skater representing Peru, Mora Brequeno Rantica, a skater who started skating 7 years ago, but skated essentially less than 4 years due to rink closures and access to the rink. Now they have their own rink in Peru, but it's just an eighth of the size of this rink now.
Ho sognato di volare con te su una bici di diamanti, e hai detto sei cambiato. Più la luce nei tuoi occhi, la tua paura cos'è? Un mare dove non tocchi mai, anche senza il sole, la via di fuga dal fondo, dai non scappare da qui, non lasciarmi così, non condivido, a volte non si esprime, e ti vorrei amare ma sbaglio sempre, e ti vorrei rubare un cielo di pelle, e pagherei per andar via, accenderei anche una bugia, e ti vorrei amare ma sbaglio sempre, e mi vergogno di e ti vorrei amare ma sbaglio sempre e ti vorrei rubare un cielo di perle e pagherei per andar via e accetterei anche una bugia e ti vorrei amare ma sbaglio sempre e mi rendo di
Mora Brikeno Rantica representing Peru, the first homegrown Peruvian skater to compete at a junior Grand Prix, and of course not technically as proficient as others that we've seen, but Mora had a smile on her face that proves why she said to me that being at a junior Grand Prix makes her feel like a champion, and she is. She's a champion of showcasing that a Peruvian skater can represent the nation from training in that country.
Yeah, and you know, she didn't skate like she can skate, and we know she can do the double combination. It's not an issue. She didn't do it today, but that smile is because she loves to skate, and she's so proud to be here. Not the skate that she wanted or had trained for sure, but just the pure love of skating. It's all over her face, and that's not a fake smile. That's a real one of, wow, I'm here, I'm doing this, and I think that's so sincere and so beautiful in its own way. And I know it doesn't compete and compare with many of the other skaters, but it does say something about our sport to developing nations, that when you discover the sensations of blade and ice and of that freedom, it brings wonderful joy. We take it for granted because we've done it all our life. But a young skater like this, as you said, has only been on the ice for about 4 or 5 years. She realizes it's a privilege.
And as an 18-year-old, not everybody does appreciate that. And also we've got to acknowledge that whilst, yes, of course, it's not competitive with what we have seen, if you were to consider any of the skating for 4 years, or if you were to show this to any Peruvian that I imagine has less awareness of the ice skating community, they'd think Mora is, you know, a god of the ice skating world. And to some extent she is, because she's not got access to what the likes of Mao Shimada and Kaoruko Wada have in their nation.
Hey, look, this is a hard sport. I challenge anybody who hasn't skated to go out and do what she just did. You can't do it.
Yeah.
It's too hard. It's very difficult. We see the best of the best of the best. And this is not where this young woman is at that moment. This is sure. What, 13.30. Certainly not the numbers that she's capable of, and not what she wanted to do. That'll put her in 21st place for the moment, but it's a special story in itself, and it's true.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Irlandii. Our next skater represents Ireland.
And that a huge moment for Saoirse O'Sullivan representing Ireland. Not just first junior Grand Prix, but first international competition. She will skate to The Storm by Havasi. Saoirse O'Sullivan, she'll be disappointed with the vault on the double axel, but what a huge moment for this 16-year-old. Showcase. I just loved, for me, Ted, the forward spiral, the left forward outside spiral, sustained on the music patiently. The highlight in the choreography by Tamara Svajanovic as Margaret O'Neill, her coach, hugs her ringside.
Let's take a look at some of the elements through this program.
That was good.
There's the double flip. Good height on that. Gets all the way around. No problem. Stabilizes the landing. The double axle outside the circle. You can see the blade slip off the back of the heel. Takes the fall, but gets right back up into the program. And there's the double loop. Double toe loop. Gets around. Good work. Here's some of the steps, Mark.
Yeah, just to look through the step sequence for Saoirse, and her coach Margaret had explained that Saoirse was injured and couldn't jump till 7 weeks ago. So of course the pressure of competing on this big stage, coupled with the injury that you're contending with, is going to have ensured that Saoirse had a fraught last few months. But I actually saw her in Nottingham Ice Rink on Monday, and she looked happy and calm, and hopefully this entire experience is one that she can embrace. And she's fortunate because she's got a coach like Margaret O'Neill, who's been pivotally involved in the creation of so many British champions, and indeed she took her son to European Championships herself. So Margaret, her coach, knows the score, and she can make sure that this youngster enjoys all that the opportunities of a Junior Grand Prix offer. And you can see that relaxed energy in the kiss and cry, which is perfect for the human.
Well, keeping the expectations into a realistic realm is so important for them to enjoy the process, no matter what the score is. 26.30 for Saoirse, and that it puts her currently into 21st place. And look at that, even like it just a bit of a smile and a discussion and participation here and doing the best that you can is important. A wave back home. There you go.
Yeah.
Our next competitor represents Canada. Please welcome Lulu Lin.
And now to the skater who was just off the podium in Latvia, 4th in Riga for Lulu Lin. Can she post over the 60-point marker for her short program?
Well, Mark, not the program that Lulu Lin was hoping for. She is the Canadian junior champion. She was 10th last year at the World Championship, and as you mentioned, she had a 4th place finish in her first junior Grand Prix. You can see the abilities. That triple flip was really disappointing because everything else, although she had to struggle to fight for that triple toe, but yeah, not the program that she's was wanting. But you can see the qualities.
Yeah, and you were saying that in practice she was skating lights out free skate in practice, so it just shows you the pressure perhaps as we see the double axel. And I felt, Ted, when she did the triple toe, she was a quarter rotation short of the first event. She looked like she fought for more rotation but almost over rotated with the body, hence the step back there.
Yeah, she had in the practice session actually skating first, ran a full free program with all the elements, skated clean, which is unusual. Generally, many skaters don't like to run their programs all the way through if they're first in the practice session. She did. I was so impressed with that effort. And that was really unfortunate. Got the upper body rotating too early before the pick went in the ice for that flip and had to take the fall. That's unfortunate indeed.
This is great what you've just caught on this playback with regards to the step sequence, some of the movement which was so perfect to the music, and it's a unique choice of music, Muzzy and Marcelino, but the choreography by David Wilson accentuating all the music and just a master of the craft. Just hard though for the judges to go as convincingly with it with the mistakes that were made. But Paul Parkinson analyzing with it.
Middle sixes for the PCs. Now personal best is 59.05. She's going to fall short of that with a 54.70. But really, as Paul's going, that's not bad actually. That big fall, that'll put her currently in 9th, but gathers 54 points with that big mistake. So she would have been up pretty close to 60. But there it is.
Well, good to hear the support in the arena for the middle Polish representative, the second of the three, Noelle Streuli, 17-year-old experienced campaigner in the junior ranks. She will be hoping for full rotation, clean rotation on the jumping passes to secure a successful result. Noelle Streuli completes her short program, frustrated I'm sure with the lack of jump combination, the most valuable of the 7 elements in a single skater's short program, so that will be a frustration. But good to see her acknowledging the crowd and hopefully able, despite the mistakes, to embrace the fact that she's competing at the home Junior Grand Prix as she advances towards Coach Lorenzo Magri.
Well, she's a lovely skater, and she's very powerful as well, and has some nice choreography done in this program and well presented. But of course, it comes down to the jumps for the emotions of the skater and a big lean on that Lutz and have to step out. You see here the double axel, that was fine. Great extensions and flow on that landing, beautiful. There's that.
It's good.
Flying camel cap, beautiful position here as we see the lean back going into the triple flip. Let's see what happens here. The upper body got going and she just gets that free leg back in time. So great work to make that triple flip a success as we take a look at the step sequence in here, and that is in at a level 2.
And Noelle is such a complete skater, so well trained. You can see the speed and positioning within the spins of quality, as are her skating skills. A skater, like many, just fighting to ensure that the jump rotations are good, but a skater also at that point in their career where they're just trying to transcend and maintain some of the technique that they had, or the rotation they had perhaps a few seasons ago. But certainly, although the scores might not be competitive with what she had previously, the stylization and maturity is developing.
Yeah, 48.14, that puts Noelle currently into 13th place. Her season's best was 53.17, so she falls short of that. She'll be disappointed with that number, but very capable skater, good program, good choreography, you know, and a good jumper. Just a couple errors today dropped off those scores. Take a look at the results after 4 groups, and we'll have a nice resurfacing now. Break now. I finally caught up with the times here. Mark, what do we have? What do we have on the video playback list?
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, a chance to look at a former world junior medalist in the women's event, but now world champion in the pairs event, Diana Stolatodek and her comeback tale, and then to the skaters currently in 2nd place in this event. She won in Ostrava and her interview beyond that win. And then finally, part of the mic'd up series from last year with Ekaterina Evleva-Garis.
Well, we'll be back with the final 2 groups on day 1 here in Gdansk. 2 groups yet to come. Enjoy. We'll be back after this.
And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. My name is Diana Stolatodek, and I am a pair skater for Canada.
The reason Diana is so special is actually her fire, her dedication, and for her, it's Olympic every day.
I think what attracted me to figure skating in the first place was the freedom that you feel when you have the wind in your face and you're skating around the rink, and also the artistic expression, what you can do with your arms and feet while you're gliding. It's difficult to describe. It's unlike any other feeling that you can get in shoes.
Diana Stolatodek. She is 16 years old and perhaps the most focused of all the skaters here, the last one off the practice ice.
When I was 17 years old, I sustained a hip injury that was very common at the time. It eventually ended my childhood career, my 1.0 career.
She retired and then never come back in skating for 16 years. She didn't think about skating.
I think retiring at 17 was very difficult. You're too young to really deal with the severeness of that decision and how it's going to affect your life. I had a normal job in the States. I worked for a plastic surgeon in a small private practice, and we were at a work retreat, and we were just doing a fun little exercise over lunch where we all picked up a note card and said, read the question out loud, and then everybody around the table would answer it. And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. And then I kind of sat back in my chair and I was like, what? As everybody else was answering, I was like, what did I just say? I haven't skated in like 16 or 17 years. Like, that was a random answer. That was the catalyst that began this entire thing. So I guess I'm super lucky my mom kept those skates for all that time. I went for a first public sessions. I would get up at 4 in the morning to go skate in the morning before going to work my full-time job. And if I had a day at work that was like a 12-hour day and there was impossible for me to get on the ice, I would just make sure that evening I would do like a workout tape or I would stretch, but I would do something toward my dream every day, and I never broke the chain for 3 months.
Her dedication to the sport, to do what she do at the age she is unbelievable. She have to do so much more than other people to be able to do it. We train as much as the other younger skater, but on top of it, she have to do way more back home. She have to recover 2-3 hours a day so she can be ready for the next day. If not, it's not gonna happen. We knew the pressure would be super high being here at home, where I'm born, where we train.
When I got on the ice, I just heard the roar of the crowd and like, okay, let's breathe, we can do this. That pressure is motivation and motivation is pressure, and it's a thin line that separates them. When we got out there, I just looked at him and I said, we got this.
Crowd was so supportive, and it's give myself and Diana goosebumps as we were skating. It was something we'll remember for the rest of our life.
Winning here in Montreal was our dream. For sure, this was our dream. I just got really emotional and said, well, I fought and I gave it everything I could. And kind of one of those fairy tale stories that it still hasn't sunk in that I'm living yet. All that hard work, all those late nights, early mornings, all that pain, man, was it worth it in the end. If you can set aside some time every day and just do a little bit, you can potentially create a life for yourself beyond your wildest dreams.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Subarashikata desu. How are you?
まさか優勝できるとは思ってませんでしたし、ショートもフリーもすごく楽しんで演技することができたので、すごく良かったです。
Now, I understand that the great Mao Shimada, 3-time world champion, is your idol. How much of an inspiration is she to you?
ソチオリンピックを見た時にすごく感動してスケートをやってみたいって思った時からずっと憧れで、真央ちゃんはステップがすごくうまいですし、サインももらったことがあってすごく優しいので大好きです。
You will compete again on the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk, Poland. What are your goals now that you've won this event? What are your goals for that competition?
今回まだまだ足りないところがたくさんあると思うので、そういうところをさらに克服してポーランドではもっと楽しく、もっと完璧な演技を皆さんにお見せできるように頑張りたいです。
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the Junior Grand Prix series. おめでとうございます。
Oh dia, portare.
Speriamo che oggi sorride. Mi ha abbinato, guarda. Sembra mio figlio. Ricordati di aprire sia la gamba che le braccia contemporaneamente. Molto meglio. Tanto, la prima. Lo fai subito e via. Forse è meglio così, meno sofferenza.
No, sto bene. Cioè, è un freelance che dice...
Ti vedo bene.
A Vienna.
Quanto hai aspettato per questo problema?
Sei stato. Un anno, anche di più.
E sei finalmente qui?
Tirerò fuori il sangue latino che so dentro.
Mi piace questo.
Io tiro fuori il mio sangue classico. Che calma.
And figure skate. Sei qui finalmente, tesoro, vai tranquilla. Fai quello che riesci, ok? Divertiti. Ce la puoi fare, ce la puoi fare. Vai.
Look at that care. You can just sense that care and compassion.
Very interesting.
Dai, avanti! Sai che non ti ho mai visto sorridere tanto in gara?
Poi siamo partiti totalmente dimenticata.
Ah, sei partita bellissima, convinta?
No, non ho mai fatto neanche.
Uno solo?
No, due.
Pensa a quello che devi fare, non a quello che non devi fare. Credi in te stesso. E rimane così oggi? Oggi non sorride. Questo è buono.
Sì.
Adesso immagina se facevi anche la combinazione. Dove andavi?
Dai.
rozgrzewkę zapraszam kolejną grupę zawodniczek. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up time. From Hungary, Lena Ekker. From Switzerland, Olivia Bacsa.
Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk. Mark Canready joining me from his home studio. We're here in the back rooms, right behind the technical panel here. Mark, as you well know, our broadcast studio. We just finished a quick lunch, and it is a little bit cooler. One of our production crew said, "Why? Okay, not the coldest rink, but this is the coldest production room we've been in." But no, it's not bad. We're in good shape here, and 2 more groups of women, and that'll be event number 1. Of course, it'll be followed by the pair short program coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Mark, what did you have?
Yeah, well, thank you.
On the break.
On the break, I had some avocado. That's what I had. I would have done avocado on toast, but the ice resurface time. I have a real phobia of being late. It makes me quite stressed out. Just the very concept of being late, just the idea that I would be late makes me sweat a little bit. So it was just raw avocado, but it was very nice.
Good for
Thank
you.
you. What about you? People actually genuinely want to know what we eat in the break. Like, it's not just chat. Like, there are questions that come in regarding what do we eat.
Well, Mark, we have 12 and a half hours. So, well, okay, what we had was that potato with some parsley on it and some chicken with a really nice sauce. I'm not sure what it was. It was sun-dried tomatoes. It was really good. And what do you call that, cabbage? The coleslaw was very good.
Oh, sauerkraut?
No, not sauerkraut, but coleslaw. And so, yeah, I'm very happy right now, so it's good.
Oh, good. See, they do say that a way to man's heart is through his stomach, so keep Ted fueled up.
No, that's not it, but I'm not a food connoisseur. I'm just happy to put something in my stomach to keep me going, so it's all good. Yeah,
easily pleased.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, group number 5 on the ice. Any questions come in, Mark, over the ice resurfacing?
Yes. One of the questions that come in from @WeBeJam, which I like that name.
Yeah.
How are the locations for the Junior Grand Prix decided?
Well, I think the federation put in sort of a application to be able to host the Junior Grand Prix. I'm not sure if it's a formal written application now. A lot of these locations are repeat. We've been to Bangkok twice. We've been here, gosh, I don't know, I've been here at least 6 times. So, but the applications go in, and then the events group in the ISU takes a look at because you've got equipment you have to travel, the production group, you've got the Swiss timing result equipment, you've got the ISU staff people that all have to travel. So, and at the same time, you want to spread these events around the world for development. So what makes the most sense? And they have a good group of people that do all the research and even know the sites. If they haven't seen one, they might do a site visit. So then it's decided as to each year. So yeah, it's kind of cool, and we've seen new places pretty much every year.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. When I think it was last week, during one of the ice resurface videos, the team played the video of our recap of last year's Junior Grand Prix series, and well, which was comedy gold, but also acknowledged some of our thoughts. And I just remember, and I acknowledged it then probably more so than I appreciate this season because I've stayed home more, but my awareness of what an incredibly slick, efficient organization it is, because I'm tuning in and opening my computer and seeing another rink with the signage around the rink and the bright lights and the arena ready and prepped and the skaters are all on location. But when you're traveling as your head from event to event to event, you can't take for granted the number of people involved to get these on the road, and to get them on the road so efficiently with such timetabled precision.
Yeah, it's interesting. In many things in life, you don't know about what other people go through. Like, think about moms, what they go through as they have a baby and take care of them and nurture them, as does the dads as well. And there's so many things you don't think of it every day, but it's extraordinary aspect of life. We see beautiful triple flip being delivered here. And the same thing with an event like this. Skaters show up, coaches show up, they get on the bus, they have food, the whole thing, it's done. But it is extraordinarily well timed out and every detail is looked after. It's the juniors. It's not as posh as the seniors, perhaps, but it is as efficient, if not more efficient in some ways. So, you know, kudos to all the local volunteers, of course, and the local federations, and of course the ISU, because they're the ones that really sort of plan and stage the event. So we thank them for providing this wonderful environment for these young people.
This is, as you said, interspersed in the competition in each of this random draw are some really strong skaters, and it looks like we could be in for a strong event. As we return to some of the other questions, one of the next questions comes in from @Marianne_Krohn, and this is pertinent for what we will see in the free skate. The question is, what are the judging criteria for the choreo sequence? Now, you won't see any choreo sequences today in the short programs, but that is required in the pairs and the men's and women's for the free skate. And you need to see 2 visible skating movements, such as spirals, arabesques, attitudes, spread eagles, hydroglides, and now this year you can use knee slides as well. So it has to be 2 visible skating movements to go into the be called by the technical panel as a choreo sequence, but more than that will be the skater's delivery of those movements, such that they're trying to push the grid of execution. A choreo sequence doesn't achieve a level, unlike the step sequence which we see in the short program, but it's all about the GOE, the grade of execution, and that GOE discussion will be coming on our Basics of Figure Skating series.
Yes, a little bit later in the Junior Grand Prix as we finish group number 5 warm-up, and we get going for the final 2 groups in the women's short program here on day 1 in Gdansk.
Interesting. As coach gives Lena Ekker some advice, you can see her first detailing the technique of the takeoff with the arms, and finally a compassionate embrace as Lena Ekker takes to the ice another skater in their back-to-back Junior Grand Prix assignments, having competed in Ankara last week. She had a score of 44.76 in the short program 7 days ago.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling a guy like you? Should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. There's no escape. I can't wait to need it.
I'm not quite sure exactly the feelings from Lena Ekker as she completes her short program, but I'm hoping that it is satisfaction. And I sense that the participation in back-to-back assignments delivered that increased attack rather than the caution. Sometimes if a skater's been preparing a long time for an event, their desperation to do well makes them on edge and cautious. When you just competed in an event so often, you're eager to go straight back out again and do better. That's what I think happened.
Personally, I believe in back-to-back competitions as far as coaching, depending on the athlete, but I would put them back-to-back if I'm wanting them to gain experience and learn within a 2-week period of time. There's the triple flip, and that is under-rotated, but good timing on the takeoff, excellent. Just a little bit tighter in the air would really help with the efficiency of the rotation. Double axel, and that is clean in the system. And here is the triple Salchow. That looked good. Good height there all the way around. No problem on that. Then the double toe loop. Not carrying a lot of speed out of it, but that's okay. And the layback spin. This is level 2. So this is the side position here to the back. That's one feature. That's okay. And then the Bielmann, but that's it. And probably didn't get that exit. Difficult exit. I'm not sure, but it's just in as level 2, Mark.
Well, it's funny. She had level 4 on 2 of the spins and a level 3 in 1 spin last week in Ankara, and this week it's a 2, a 3 and a 2. So the skaters will so often define the success of the performance by how the jumps felt, but the technical panel here at this event didn't feel satisfied with the flying camel spin or the layback spin for the higher levels that she achieved last week, so that might make there be some confusion now.
Yeah, she might wonder about this score. It's 42.39, and certainly jump-wise she did better, and that'll put her currently in 15th place. But take a look at the report card, Lena, and you'll see the spins were a bit of the issue here. You're losing a number of points off those spins, both in the levels of difficulty and GOE as well.
Our next competitor represents Switzerland.
And now to the Swiss skater Olivia Bacsa. She said she's in new studies in this first semester's probationary period, so she has to study really hard, and a big difference to the old school. So a skater who's of great quality, juggling academic pursuits and skating brilliance. She looked good in warm-up. Let's hope the performance is good too. Well, a smile of relief and satisfaction, I think, for Olivia Bacsa, this Swiss 15-year-old. A skater who told me that she performed in Art and Ice in February of this year, a show celebrating some of the best skaters in the world. And for her to perform alongside them as Lorenzo looks excited to greet her ringside has perhaps been the vehicle to push her to this music choice a little bit more sassy than some that we've seen, and she did it well.
It was a good performance, and I watched her practice session today, and she shows some really good skills and jumps that saw a little cleaner this morning, but there's the triple Lutz. That was nice and clean. Triple toe loop, under-rotated. Double axel. Keeps that left arm forward, rides off that takeoff edge, and nicely done.
I like the inverted Ina Bauer. Oh, this was cool. Good isolation of the spine. That was fun. Well caught, Ted.
Yeah, thank you there, sir. Trying to capture some of the steps and the connection with the music. There's the triple flip. Not a lot of speed out of it, but gets it done. And the layback spin is level 3, and here's some of the step sequence, which is the final element in the program, came in at a level 3, so got some good scores off of that with a plus GOE as well.
And another skater from the Linda van Trooyen and Sindre Kriza skate camp, and they're producing some great skaters. And Linda said that Olivia had been with her since she was 6 years old, and then moved to train elsewhere, but returned now to that camp. And now Lorenzo working with the team as well. Lorenzo, who we sometimes see on the technical panel.
Yeah.
He's
last week, I think, in Ankara, he was at the technical panel.
Yeah. Just confirmation that the commitment from the coaches, traveling the world, supporting the skaters and the sport.
Yeah, some of them are so busy, and you know, one hand you sort of complain about being busy, and the other hand you're full of joy on it. So
yeah,
isn't that nice? 54.94 for Olivia Bacsa from Switzerland. That will put it currently in 9th place. Great performance, lot of energy, good athlete. Much more to come. Good score.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Norwegii. Next to skate, representing Norway, Pernille Wiig.
And now to 17-year-old Pernille Wiig, and she will skate to Romance by Johan Svensson. Norwegian skater Pernille with completes her short program, and interesting to have seen the support from her club, Asker Kunstlop Club, at home, supporting and sending their well wishes for the skater that they're so proud is here representing not just the country but also the club as well.
Well, good attempt by Pernille on the triple toe combination. The first triple toe looked really good, lost a little speed and under rotated, had to take the fall, but really good attempt on that. Let's take a look. Some of the elements in the short program. Here's the double axel, rides off the end of the edge beautifully, beautiful flow through the air, nice extension on the landing. Might point the toe a little bit more as we're the point toe police. Here's the first triple toe loop, looks good. A little loss of speed, doesn't carry enough momentum up to the second one to get all the way around, and that is under rotated plus the fall. Then double flip a little bit later. That's nicely done. Might want to work a little bit on the posture, pulling the shoulders back. Nice sit spin here, perfectly centered. Really lovely position, and this comes in near the end of the program at a level 3. But there are 3 out of the 7 elements are in the minus UEs, the 4 are in the pluses, so a little back and forth with the quality of the elements. It looks pretty happy there in the kiss and cry.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's the same for Pernille as it is with all the skaters competing, but there will be people at home that are cheering her on enthusiastically, effusively, and that's when you have to thank Pernille for putting her, she and her family and her coach now, have put themselves up for the challenge of this event, because as wonderful as it is for them to be here, it takes so much effort.
Oh yeah, by a lot of people. Take a look at the short program scores, 39.17 for Pernille. And that'll put her currently into 18th position. It would be interesting discussion to have the feelings of the skater in 18th place and the feelings of a skater in the first place. How does that differ in regards to the anticipation coming in, the execution, of course, the post program as well?
And now to 18-year-old Danish skater Camilla Winter Poulsen, who Camilla lists training as a hobby, and how wonderful that she appreciates that training is indeed a choice, choosing to represent her nation now in Gdansk. A new best reaction there as Camilla Winter-Poulsen celebrates her skate. This is her first Junior Grand Prix. She was meant to be in Istanbul but sprained her ankle, which ruled her out. And so any indication of injury expelled with the clean skate and the huge jumping passes that she has.
Fantastic biomechanics on her takeoff. Straight down in the hip, the knee, and the ankle, and straight up. Even though there might be a slight rotation, it doesn't take her down. It doesn't take her off her down and up action in the takeoffs. We'll take a look at some of this. It's just amazing. Here's the triple Lutz. Straight down, pushes straight up. Look how straight she is in the air. A little bit on the lean, but still, what a massive triple Lutz. That's fantastic. And here's the triple flip. Same thing, straight up. She bends straight down on top of her foot, pushes straight up off her foot, and comes right back down right on top. Just amazing. Double axel. Watch the arms, left and right, back. Goes forward with the free leg. That's that one jump that takes off forward. And nicely done. A little bit of a lean, but she managed. She's so strong. She just can pull out of anything.
And I love it's like inside axel hops, butterflies as part of choreo, so some of the transitional content was difficult. She doesn't have the finesse or refinement in the skating skills that others do, nor the flow and glide, but there, like the reverse half flip Euler type movement, both directions, showcasing some difficulty in the transitional content.
That smile has not left her face. I mean, she's just thrilled, you know, proud of herself for such a wonderful performance. She doesn't have a season's best or personal best, at least on the ISU in the bios. So this will be it. Well, I'm not sure what you'll expect out of that. Let's see, 48.96, and they seem to be, you know, pretty content with that score, and that'll put her in 13th. But certainly, probably one of her better programs in a big competition. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, she looks really happy. That's awesome.
We have had multiple medalists in this competition, people who have previously medaled on the Junior Grand Prix. The next of those, 15-year-old Nayeon Ko. She was third in Riga in Latvia. And to finish in third place at this stage of the competition, she would need 63.86. Nayeon Ko delivers another clean skate. And this skater, again, so well-rounded. Just wonder how costly will things like the edge of the takeoff of the triple flip be for this athlete in a competition which is so hotly contested.
Well, yeah, it'll be have specific amount of points that have to be reduced, but overall, I think that she's not going to be at the very top, that's for sure, but she'll be up in the upper group. There's the triple lutz, triple toe loop, works her way through that very nicely, keeps the flow on the landing, the double axel, good flow as well there, but you can see the toe not pointed, little small details of quality on that landing. There's the flying camel, the featured turnover, grabs the blade behind, and as we take a look at the triple flip edge, you can see that was an outside edge, not an inside edge, and that will be reflected in the score, which it is in the judging system right now. And here's some of the step sequence. And she's using the upper body and whatnot, but not to the full extent of some of the other women that we have at the top. It's good.
It really, really interests me, and the Korean skaters are so brilliant, but their ankle and knee lockout and extension is always just a little loose. But I wonder if that's an effort to maintain the flow and the glide. It's not as aesthetically clean, but certainly there's maybe a rationale and a reason behind it. I wish I could delve deep into the training methods of them all, because obviously they're producing so many great skaters.
I don't know, you might be going down a rabbit hole there. It may not have
yeah, I think you're right.
It might not have anything to do with that, but it could, who knows. But certainly the Japanese Korean skaters' basic skating skills really superb. Season's best at 65.58, and that'll put Nayeon currently into third place. That's good. Let's take a look. There it is, 73, 70, and 65, 63, 56. Your top five skaters. Kind of a spread amongst all of them. I think it was last week we saw such a tight competition. Here's the final skater in group number 5. Wow, one of the biggest jumpers on the June Grand Prix without question.
Yes, Ted. My note is for Anna Pazzetta from Italy, our just jump height. We wish her all the very best, but no doubt her jump height is phenomenal. Arguably one of the biggest jumpers in the world on both the junior and the senior circuit.
Yeah. Mark, that is awesome.
Isn't it exhilarating and exciting? It's so exciting to see what Anna Pellonmaa has to offer in terms of her jumping prowess, but not just the jumps. A great skater on, a skater that is doubling up on juniors and seniors and showcasing perhaps at this early point in the season more consistency than we've seen from her before. Always a talent, always exciting because of the jumping, but not as readily able to replicate it in their performance.
But it looks like she was so focused and she was so determined. She wasn't distracted for any moment in this program, and that is what makes the difference. Because I've seen her skate before beautifully, it just shock you in the practice sessions, but under-deliver in competition, not on this day. Look at the size of that triple lats. It was a massive into the triple toe loop. Extension, just beautiful. And we come down to the knee power here, and then into a little bracket right there, and launches herself off the end of that edge. Look at the speed on the landing. It's like Kaori Sakamoto. And here's the triple flip. Just an Italian rocket ship, just incredible.
And you know, it poses the question as we look at parts of the step sequence, which showcase good skating skills also. The judging criteria for positive grade of execution, very good height and very good length. It's just one bullet point, so it's one grade of execution notch higher. But you almost feel it with Anna Pellonmaa that she doesn't have very good height and very good length. She has incredible height and incredible length. She needs 2 bullet points for that.
Yeah, you can't say very good. You know, you got to say, well, it has to have an extraordinary word in there. Wow, just amazing. I'm gonna claim that, Mark, because you're a little slow on this as a must-watch moment.
You're always in there before we get those.
Oh my God! It's because you're getting carried away. I'm going, I'm taking this one. This is great. Okay, season's best 64.78. That'll put her in 4th place. What a great program! What a really great skater. Lots of work still to do as she transitions from junior to senior. But this young woman, the sky's the limit if she wants it. And she's different. She's different skater. She's innovative in her own way. Wow, that was awesome.
Good point.
Cool. Okay, well, we've got group number 6 coming up. And all my Italians in here in the production room were just thrilled because
yes,
she was outstanding. Group number 6 on the ice for the warm-up. Yeah. And do we have any more questions coming up as we're watching?
Well, yes, we have got questions that have come in, some of which I'll save for the latter stages of this warm-up. The easier ones. First, the question coming from @Lulu Zdontask. How does the ISU choose who skates in which group?
Well, there's just an open draw. Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well, I'll do short program. So short program is a completely open draw in this event. When you get to the ISU Championship events at senior, then there's a world ranking which dictates the draw, and thus you will see the more experienced and seasoned and successful skaters in the later stages. But for this event, it's entirely random. This is why we've seen the top 2 skaters perform much earlier. But as for the free skates, Ted?
Yeah, and the free skates are just a reverse order of the results of this short program. And, you know, there were some people that were sort of complaining, well, why doesn't the ISU put your top-ranked skaters at the end of the 2 groups? But I think juniors, this is probably not an unhealthy thing. You know, to sort of face that. Juniors is a learning ground. And wherever you're drawing, you have to learn to cope with that, and wherever you are. And there's all sorts of emotions that go into your draw and where you skate and how you manage the time and all of that stuff. So I think for the short program, not a big deal. Free program, it's reverse order. So if you're going to win the short program, you're going to skate last, which puts you actually, I don't want to say at a disadvantage, but a little bit more pressure, particularly if the competition's close. You have to wait longer to skate your program. Could be up to 40 minutes, 45 minutes after your warm-up. And the pressure's on because you're the last skater and you want to win and you're already in first. And so how do you do it, right? It's emotional.
Ooh. Yeah. Scary and daunting. I also think perhaps in the juniors event, because it's an initiative which is largely for the promotion of development, not just of young humans, but also of the sport, if the random draw is maintained, I understand why people want to see the seeded draw, but for the random draw, when the skaters arrive on location, they are assigned practices based on nations. So you could have any number of skaters training with other skaters from different nations. As soon as the draw is done, then the final practice is done in that draw order. And so it just gives another opportunity, say, for the skater from Peru who doesn't have access to seeing world class. They have an extra practice session shared potentially, if the draw works in their favor, with somebody that is top drawer incredible. And what that can do for that nation and that skater is huge. It's just 40 minutes maybe, but it's everything to them.
Yeah, it's a good point. And also, I think when they gather for the draw itself, I think that's an interesting thing, getting to meet each other, see each other, all that kind of stuff. The juniors is a wonderful gathering of international athletes, some at the highest level, some just starting out, coming together, and for them, an exciting environment and learning in different ways, in different stages. So I think this warrants that type of approach. In senior, no, different issue. I agree with people's comments. Of course, it is that way. It's through ranking and through reverse order in the free program.
And the next question, how do the skaters qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final?
So when you win a Junior Grand Prix, that's 15 points. Second is 13, third is 11, and fourth is 9, and so on. It goes down. So you have a maximum of 2 events in which you can enter, and the top, your combination of your 2 numbers that you've earned will, if it gets you in the top 6, the top 6 will qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final. And there are ties which have to be broken as well. So, you know, you take a look at the total scores, and there's a whole variety of different tiebreakers in there. So that's why every competition, if you've won an event or second an event, you really fight to be first or second. It pretty much guarantees you to get into the final. If you're third or second and third or third and first, it's a little bit more precarious. That's why it's a little bit more nerve-wracking. So once again, the skaters are faced with, psychological is the wrong word, emotional challenges in the desire to qualify for the final.
And currently, Stefania Gladky from France is the leader on the rankings. So if the competition, if the season had ended, the top 6 skaters would be Gladky, Shimada, Kim, Wang, Wada, and Nakai. Obviously, we have 2 more events, and so those rankings will chop and change. And in regards to the tie-breaking that Ted mentioned and referenced, there are 7 tie-breaking reference points. There are all these different rationales which would break any kind of tie on regard to the points that the skaters get. And so those coveted 6 spots at the Junior Grand Prix final in Grenoble are very clearly, there'll be no subjectivity about it. There'll be scenarios in case.
Yeah, and also just going back to Stefania Gladky from France, she had a second in her first competition. Oh no, second in her first competition, third in Ankara last week. So she's a little bit on the bubble there. It all depends on what the others are going to do. She's in good position because right now she's in first, but Mao Shimada only has points in 1 competition, so she hasn't even finished this one yet. So we'll have to wait and see what happens out of this competition. There are 2 more to come. So she's going to be sitting at home watching this very carefully to see where it's positioned. So her job is done, and now she sits at home and watches her future, really, in the Junior Grand Prix final unfold by other people. Okay, here we go. That went quick. That's because we're yapping.
Thank you to those that sent in the questions to allow us to yap.
Yeah, they probably resent it now or regret it. Okay, here we go, Mark.
Next skater, Chichaya Rungrattanaprasert, representing Thailand. Chichaya Rungrattanaprasert, representing Thailand, completes her first Junior Grand Prix experience in this short program. And I actually saw the practices in the morning, Ted, on screen. And Chichaya, I think, just at that stage of development where she's working and getting the rotation for the triple salchow and the double axel, and that was a big telltale for the outcome of this.
Yeah, and it's just we're trying to get their legs tight. You can see that left leg up too high, which slows the body rotation down. Didn't get around and had to take the fall. And watch right here, the same thing on this double axel. Slips a little bit on the takeoff. You can see that left leg pulled up. You need that to be pushed down and the ankles tight, tight, tight together. This was a bit better. Of course, it's just a double, so you can see the legs tight together and rotated faster. So it's what you need on the multi-rotational jumps as well. Nice layback, good speed, nice really center. Good. There's a side position and go to the back, and this layback comes in at level 3. A nice Bielman as well.
And the challenge, I suppose, for the skaters at this stage of development is figuring out to assume that really tight rotational position to get the extra rotation when they enter into the triples sphere, but then to be able to exit quickly. And I think you can see with Chichaya, she's trying to stand up in the jump by lifting up and out early, but not having done sufficient rotation before it.
Yeah, and you know, there are a number of machines around now that are rotational machines. You put a young child on that rotational machine and you get them comfortable with sort of ground zero. When you get really tight and you're really centered, you don't feel any pull. So that machine just turns you and you say, oh, well, that's easy. But when you have when you're bending at all, you say, whoa, I get like thrown off the machine. Not really, but you can feel it. So it teaches them the sensations. 24.28 for Chichaya. And that will put her currently to 30th position.
A my powitajmy kolejną zawodniczkę. Next to skate, representing Republic of South Africa.
And now to the 16-year-old representing the Republic of South Africa, Ella Hawks, now working with Douglas Hawes, her coach, but it's her mum who's choreographed this short program. I'm sure we'll be watching proudly.
What a fun personality this young woman has. Here we go.
Well, Ted, I have to say, I think Ella Hawks had one of the most musically well-phrased and well-punctuated programs of the event. Her mom, as I said, listed as choreographer, but Ella has articulated that brilliantly. And I don't know how many people will travel to South Africa for a program, but
she looks pretty serious in the program itself. Then she comes off the ice with sort of double fist pump, sort of dancing along. She's hilarious. She's got an outstanding personality. She's sort of a group favorite. There's the triple flip. This is downgraded, in fact, in the judging system, but comes back. Watch this. See that right leg swing around here? That's the triple Sao we talked about in the basics of skating. Gets around the triple Sao into the double toe. A straight and strong back, and here's the double axel. See the arms go back, lift up with the free leg, swinging through, going off the edge forward. The only jump that goes forward. It's kind of a weird little spin there on the landing edge. Great layback here, side position. Gonna get herself centered. Takes the blade. Now there's the back position. That's a feature with a Bielmann. Layback spin level 3, missing just one feature. That as well, but just a little story about her. She's so well liked by all the skaters in Bangkok. She had all the athletes, most of the skaters, with her in a room, having a good time. It was all safe. It was all good. They had so much fun together. She's, wants to meet everybody and wants everybody to meet each other, and so she's a real leader amongst the group.
Well, that's fantastic. Interesting. Ted, just looking at the scores, event, the PCS score, the program component scores, highest component for Ella, undoubtedly composition, and that thanks to the brilliant choreography. Yeah. But she is down on the skating skills, so the judges just viewing it perhaps less speedy and fast. So that's why the score, although she's happy with it, will be lower than what was achieved in Bangkok. Unfortunately.
So it's lower than Bangkok, the skating skill score.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes that happens event to event. They just have a different lens for their starting point.
Yeah, totally. Let's take a look at the score. 39.86 for Ella Hawks from the Republic of South Africa. Yeah, but that was a good skate. That was good energy all the way through, and she was pleased with the Sao-Kao combination. The flip, of course, downgraded, but stood up on.
Please welcome our next competitor from Germany, Sophie Erhardt.
And now to 14-year-old Sophie Erhardt. She was 15th in Ostrava, skating now to Liber Tango by Astor Piazzolla. Well, I have to admire Sophie Erhardt for committing so much to the end of the program, despite the big frustration. A fall on the first jump, a pop on the triple flip into single, and yet she still was professional and mature enough to commit.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, in the step sequence, she really almost forgot about the stuff behind her and started working the steps as nicely as she could. She had good facial expression in there. She had good rhythm, good flow, good speed throughout that. And which is what you got to do. We've had these top seniors tell us that there's too far back and on a lean on the triple flip, and you have to park the mistakes and move forward with every step at the highest level that you can do. And we see the side to back, right? There's the back position, layback spin in at level 4. So all 4 features achieved. Nice Bielmann, blade way up high above the head with a nice difficult exit. Double axel was the best jump, nice and clean, good stretch. So you sort of saw the abilities of this young woman. After the mistakes were made, she really picked up her game. Okay, the spin was a little bit loose here. I forgot about that.
But even then, I suppose she missed the change of edge. She didn't get sufficient rotations for that feature to give her an extra level. But I thought many another skater would have fallen off of that camel spin, and she still dug deep and fought to get it to be done.
Yeah, it's quite often with skaters that make mistakes at the top of the program, you can see the disappointment carried through the program. And I didn't see that all the way with her. I saw her, the second half of that program sort of uplifted. And so, kudos for her for being able to do that, because you have to. It's a 2.5-minute program. You make mistakes the first 6 seconds or 10 seconds. What are you going to do? Give up? No, you got to keep fighting, and so she did.
Good to see Coach Florian Just here. I don't think he was in Ostrava because his partner was having their child. Their baby was born, so congratulations to them.
Yay. Good. Welcome, Dad. Here we go. 40.64, and that'll put Sophie currently into 20th position. You can see her nodding her head, yeah, I can see. A nice dialogue you can see, Oh, that's lovely.
Powitajmy reprezentantkę Szwajcarii. Next to skate representing Switzerland, Leandra.
And now to the next Swiss skater, Leandra Tzimpoukakis. A skater who was 6th in Bangkok. She described her participation at that Junior Grand Prix as a great experience. Since then, she's been working hard on the triple late in the program to make sure it's called clean. Leandra Tzimpoukakis, I think, disappointed insofar as there was no triple-triple, which one of the coaches on the team, Annette had explained she's been working so hard on to showcase the progression since the 6th place at Bangkok, and that's why I think she leaves the ice frustrated. But for us as spectators, we just see such an outgoing personality and brave, bold music choice that not many skaters could do as convincingly as Leandra.
Yeah, and she saved that combination to make it a combination. That triple Lutz a little bit too far back out the free leg back to get the double toe loop done. So, you know, there is the flip. That was a beauty. Great flow on that.
Nice.
It was beautiful. Here's double axel. Extended free leg, little extra moves on the landing edge. Now let's take a look here. There's the triple Lutz and too far back, but she gets the leg back in time just to put in the double toe loop. And here's some fun right here. You're right, not shy, got lots of personality. You can see it in the performance.
And you can see, it's funny to see ringside some of the other skaters reacting to all the single ladies, Beyonce.
Yeah.
And here, the body isolation. I imagine Leandra's a great person to have in the rink, and she shares the same coaching staff as 2 other skaters in this event, Linda Van Trooijen and Sindra. And Linda, the coach, had explained how different each of the characters are and what a wonderful combination of different humans who share friendship and respect, but equally provides a good environment for them to be competitive within one another, as Lorenzo joins them in the kiss and cry.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, she looks so much older in performance and a little younger in the kiss and cry. But the great thing is she's not inhibited. She skates like she would speak, or she skates as part of her personality. You can see her personality come out in that, and what makes it so much fun to watch, you know. So let's take a look at the scores. She has a 53.54 season's best score and a personal best as well. We'll see if she can beat that here. And we'll see her reaction. And she waits.
So close.
Yeah. 54.72, that is a season's best. And that'll put her currently in the 12th place. It's a good job. She's trying not to smile, but she wants to smile. There it is. There you got it. Okay. Well done. Yeah. She'd like to have more. Who wouldn't? But, you know, yeah, fun program. Good skater.
A my powitamy reprezentantkę Polski. Next to skate, representing Poland, Julia Kasprzyk.
Now the third and the final Polish competitor, Julia Kasprzyk, a student of physiotherapy and a student of skating. Well, I think that was a good outing for a skater in their first Junior Grand Prix, and from my research, Julia hasn't attempted triple flip in competition before. It's flip that is the mandatory jump for the juniors this year in the singles discipline, and she chose to do not double but go for the triple, and although a little under-rotated, that should be, it's a big benchmark when a skater stands up on a new jumping pass.
No question, and you can tell she's a sort of a thoughtful, methodical skater, planning each step and each way. As we say, take a look at the double axel. That was nicely done. And here's the triple flip. We'll take a look one more time at this. Good timing, down and up out of the knee, and you can see that foot just under-rotated, but gets the free leg back in time to not have to turn out. So hangs on to that landing edge. And the double the triple toe loop here with double toe loop, gets it done. And precise with the approach of the technique on the jump elements and the spins as well. So it's a pretty good program for her. It's first time out.
Yeah, and she'll be pleased by delivering what appears to be a PB of sorts, in terms of being interesting to relate this to the practice run-throughs that Yulia does. But also now the opportunity, when a skater's gone out and done a clean skate, to then see, okay, what feedback do I get in regards to my skating skills? So
yeah, exactly.
How much more can be done? How much more speed, flow, glide, ice coverage?
It's a perfect message here, that you don't skate as well as you can, then you start looking at the mistakes you made as to the reason why you have your scores, and that is certainly part of the reason. But you want to skate as well as you can to find out, well, where do I stand when I do my best? Where am I in this group? And then you take a look and say, oh, okay, well, that's the best I can do at the moment. Now I'm far away on this, I got to improve that. That's the better measurement. That's one of the reasons everybody wants to skate well. But they get disappointed when they skate really well and the scores aren't what they expect, right? So you kind of have to go through that.
And then the good thing then for Yulia here is that then she's going to see, we should get the feedback on the components. You're around some amazing skaters in the event, and you can watch and see, well, okay, that's an example as to the difference that I maybe have in the components. So obviously she'll be very mindful of the need to try and get the triple. She'll be eager to try to showcase more tech difficulty, but some harder to showcase the skating skills.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the short program score, 36.34 for Julia, and that'll put her currently in 28th place. And be interested to know, what did she think? Well, you can see a bit of a nod of approval on that. Is that what she thought? I think she's pretty happy with the skate. Now she understands what points come out of that skate. Now she'll take a look at it and said, okay, where can I start to make improvements in this area? So good for her. First time out.
Please welcome our final competitor from Lithuania, Meda Variakojyte.
And now to the last skater in the women's short program on day one in Gdansk, Meda Variakojyte, the Lithuanian who was born in Kaunas, and she competed at both the World Junior and Senior Championships last season. Meda Variakojyte, representing Lithuania, completes the women's short program on this 5th stop of the ISU Junior Grand Prix. She had a tolerably comfortable first 2 jumping passes. This, I think, from what I can find out, is Meda's first event of this season. So perhaps the mistake on the single axel and the stumbling through the step sequence is indication of early season lack of stamina, run-throughs, prep.
Yeah, she had a number of sort of minor trips throughout the loss of balance, we'll call it that, throughout the program. So it looked just sort of repetition shy. Let's take a look. There's the triple Lutz. That looked good. And the triple toe loop, it's in clean. No review on that. And here we take a look at the flip, watch the landing, and that looked to be pretty good. It is always an attention for the edge. That's why it was reviewed, Mark. So it wasn't anything with the rotation, it was the edge. Attention, here's the double axel. Attempt into the single for jump forward. Ouch, that hurt.
Yeah, you can see the deflation in here within the step sequence. Just the finesse and commitment to the body. Looks a little more fatigued, which is so very understandable, but that will have an impact upon the program component scores, and that's why Meda currently has components at 5 out of 10. And we've seen as high as 8 out of 10 in the presentation from some of the best skaters in this event.
Again, another little loss of balance there. Just a couple of those things throughout the program. And I think conditioning probably has a little bit to play with it this first time out, so just not feeling comfortable. But you have to start your competitive season somewhere at some point, and it's not going to be your best. It's not meant to be. You build yourself towards your biggest competition, right? So it takes a while.
I couldn't find out from Meda much about the preparation for this event, and you can see, of course, she's suitably frustrated. This is a skater that, as I said, is a senior as well as junior, so has high aspirations returning to the Junior Grand Prix. We just don't know what's led to this event.
Yeah, 44.94 for Meda. That'll put her currently into 19th place. The juniors aren't juniorish in regards to scores. I mean, you take a look at the top 3 scores, 73, 70, and 65. These are not bad scores in junior or in senior. And that concludes our coverage of the women's short program. We'll take a look at the final stats. There it is, Mao Shimada in the lead again, 72.11, and Kaoruko Wada of Japan in second, and Nayeon Ko of Korea in third, your top 3. And a look there at the rest of the field in this event. And there's some good skaters, really, some good programs as well.
I would like to thank all the skaters, coaches.
Yeah, it seems like less than a point separates about 6 of the skaters. It's very tight.
Yeah, exactly. So there could be a lot of movement in the free program tomorrow. So that concludes our coverage here on day 1, event number 1, the women's short program. Up next will be the pairs short program. For all of us here at the ISU, for Mark Hanreddy, I'm Ted Bart. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us for the pairs short program in just about 30 minutes.